Happy New Year. And I hope you enjoyed that very dramatic superhero inspired intro that I put together this afternoon for our first hey show. Hi. Thank you so much for saying that. Yes, I'm actually oddly very proud of that intro. I have watched that intro a really disgusting amount of times that it makes me feel like, Aaron, you're not that good. But I love it. And so, welcome to our very first Christian effing Bale episode. So, on this one, this live stream, this is going to be both parts. For the podcast, it's going to be divided into two. So, we're going to be talking about the Dark Knight trilogy, which is Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and then The Dark Knight Rises. So this will be our outline is very short. When I put this outline together, I'm like, oh, my parents are gonna want to kill me.
Just a teeny little thing.
Yeah, it's very tiny. But there's a lot to cover here. So this is kicking it off. I'm very excited. I have Susie and Carla here with me. Carla is going to be on every single Christian fucking Bale episode. We may have surprise appearances by somebody else at some point. Keep a lookout. And just in case it didn't come through before, here is the bingo card. It's a special Christian effing Bale bingo card. And as you'll see, Christian effing Bale is the free space for this one. But there are a lot of things on here that'll probably come up. I'm going to count all laughing. We've already mentioned Batman, kind of, when we said The Dark Knight, so I'm counting it. So this should be a ton of fun. I am so excited for this. I am so excited that on an episode discussing the television show Girlfriends, which is where you would never expect this to happen, that's the episode that gave birth to our unofficial mascot, Christian effing Bale. And I'm so excited to be celebrating him because I have been a fan. Hey, Panda, Happy New Year. I have been a fan of Christian Bale's forever. So before we even begin, before we start with going around, I just want to know for fun, since we're celebrating this man all month long, we even have merch called It's a Christian effing Bale thing. Pick it up in our Redbubble store. There was another thing for the bingo card. I want to know, Carla, how long have you been a fan of Christian Bale? Or are you a fan?
I mean, he's okay. Like, whatever. I'll just come up on all of his episodes just because, you know me, I like to talk. No, I think I've always enjoyed his performances, his commitment to every role that he goes for, because he really goes for it, like
Yeah.
so hard. And I'm fascinated by his process and by his charisma, and also by the fact that he just seems like an interesting person all around. So as far as for how long, like maybe 25, 30 years. I don't know, a good long while.
Yeah. And Susie, how long have you been a fan?
Well, personally, for me, it was after I watched Howl's Moving Castle, and his listen, this man's voice in that movie is just so like seductive, and you're like, dang, am I about to fall in love with this shape-shifting Birdman wizard? Yes. Am I gonna regret any second of it? No. Like, yes, speak to me in those dulcet tones.
I loved that. Yes. Because we will be discussing his voice during this episode for sure. I mean, there's no way you can't discuss his voice when you're discussing Batman. But for me, honestly, the role that really made me become a fan was seeing the movie that we talked about earlier this year, American Psycho. When I saw that in the theaters, that was the movie that made me.
Earlier this year? How much earlier in the year can it be? It's January 1st. The movie we discussed at 4 a.m. January 1st, 2022.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I'm like, yeah, it was earlier this year. You were on it. And then, oh yeah, that was last year. So in 2021, so in case anybody's wondering why we are not talking about American Psycho during our month celebration, because that would be number one if we hadn't already talked about it. We talked about American Psycho back in, I think it was April of 2021 the year that gave birth to Christian effing Bale as our mascot. And unofficial mascot. Sorry, I've got to say that because he hasn't, he will eventually give us his blessing for this, but he hasn't yet. So that was what kind of started it, even though it was on the Girlfriends episode that he became our unofficial mascot. But it was because we were talking about how excited, especially I was, to talk about American Psycho, because that was the movie that I was like, I have never seen anyone like this. I mean, there was just something about his commitment to that role and how terrifying he was. And I was scared of him. I was like literally scared of him. And of course, I've seen other things with him that changed my mind. I think American Psycho is still my favorite role of his. My second favorite, we're going to be talking about next week. So, spoiler alert, my second favorite performance is coming next week. There are a bunch that I love. And maybe some time during this, I'll count down my top 5. Because actually, one of the roles we're going to be talking about that he won the Academy Award for is actually not in my top 5 favorite performances of his. I think it's great, but not my top 5. But I was like, we have to talk about the movie where he won an Academy Award for. Be stupid not to. And I didn't want to talk about Vice, even though he didn't win the Academy Award, but I really didn't want to talk about Vice because maybe we'll do that when we revisit Christian Bale. Or maybe we'll do an Adam McKay month. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that.
That doesn't sound like a thing.
Except for then we could talk about The Big Short, and then we could talk about a couple of guys I love. So, yeah, including Christian Bale. So, okay, so we're going to go around and we don't need to introduce ourselves, but we're going to go around. Everybody's going to tell me one thing they're into right now in pop culture besides Christian Bale. So, Carla, what are you into right now?
Well, right now I'm into collecting books to read for, it's the start of a new year. So naturally I'm like, I'm going to read all the books in the world. And I'm not going to read all of the books. Like I might not even get through like the first layer. But more importantly, Bex tweeted about a service on which you can, it's kind of like a Goodreads, but the thing about it that makes it better than Goodreads is that it's not owned by Amazon, for one thing, and it is run by a Black woman. So I think that's pretty awesome. And the service is called, where did it go? Hang on. It's this Storygraph. Okay, like it's so new to me. I just learned about it today that I haven't committed it to memory yet. I did download it, so it's called Storygraph. I downloaded it. I'm very excited about it. I'm excited about putting on dozens of books on there that I may or may not ever read.
Awesome. And Susie, what are you into?
Oh, I really had the extreme privilege of going to see Sing 2. And oh my goodness, this is an adorable, like, feel-good movie. Taron Egerton's voice is to die for. I love this man so much. And it's just, oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. It's great. Oh my goodness. I recommend it. It's really great. Like, No Way Home Who? Sing 2. That's where it's at, in my humble opinion. Just saying. To continue my Holland slander.
I know, because you don't like Tom Holland. So that was a little dig there at that Spider-Man. And Spider-Man is
Honestly,
a Marvel, and
wow.
we're talking about DC tonight. So yeah, hi Mal. So Mal, and I don't know, Panda, if you caught it too, but I'll put the special Christian Bale bingo card in here, and then I'll go over what has been mentioned after I say what I'm into. But yeah, Taron Egerton, everybody should know that I love Taron Egerton very, very, very much. If we had started this podcast, we did kind of start it right after, so I did talk about Rocket Man some, but
but
that was my fit of the moment.
I feel like those were, like gentler days.
Gentler days.
Back when you can also have TikTok.
Oh man, you know what? I have not looked for Taron Egerton TikToks. Maybe I should do that. Although I have to say, I was getting kind of sick of his Instagram photos of him working out. I don't know why, but that stuff irritates the crap out of me. When men take pictures of themselves working out or take video, I don't know why. And I love the guy, but I'm just like, oh gosh, oh my gosh, seriously?
For me,
Anyway,
it's sweaty selfies. I think they're gross. Like, I don't care how hot you are. You're slimy. Go shower and then take a picture.
yeah.
Same. Like, show me the gains after the workout when you've taken a nice bath, you know. Maybe if they have a face mask on, because that would be really good for your pores since they're opened up after a nice shower. That'd be nice, you know.
Yeah,
Just show
yeah.
like what you're eating after. Foods pictures are great too.
Yeah, or like, when you've gone out in the rain and your hair is all wet and you're trying to say you're taking a picture of your dog in the background, but really
Oh
you're
yeah.
taking a picture of
Mhm.
yourself and you're
You're just
saying,
like,
"Look at my
oh,
dog," and no one's looking at your dog
this
because my
completely
dog won't go in the
casual
rain.
picture. That
Yeah.
was
Look at my dog
like, yeah, I'm not thirst trapping
with
at
my
all.
smoldering face. Look at my dog. Anyway,
It's like a
just
Where's
take a guess
Waldo
who that's
fighting the
about.
dog in that
Yeah,
picture.
it really was. If it hadn't said my dog, if he hadn't mentioned his dog doesn't like to go out in the rain, I would have been like, I would have never seen the dog. I'm dead serious. Anyway, so Mal says, Susie, you will forever be a part of their Spider-Man 3 memory.
Yeah, we had a very lovely talk about it.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's
After-
fine. Okay.
After Malcolm went to it, yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Well, and this is Erin, and what I'm into is on Peacock, you can watch the show Chucky, which is all about child's play. And I see my panelists laughing about this, but this is a very well done show. And it led me to decide that during our horror month in October of this year, since we are in 2022, since I already screwed that up earlier, but we are in 2022, we are going to talk about child's play. So I recommend watching that. I thought it was, I mean, I've only watched like one episode, so I don't know if it stays good, but I enjoyed it a lot. So go check that out on Peacock. Okay, so now we're going to get into this very short episode talking about the Dark Knight trilogy. So we're going to go in order of the movies and just talk about certain things within them. I was going to do it differently, but I was like, no, because of the way I want to break it up. So when we do the podcast episodes. So we're going to start, of course, with Batman Begins. And these are all Christopher Nolan movies. But actually, really quick, I know this isn't on the outline. I shouldn't add anything else to this, but I'm still going to add this. I want to know because I have very specific memories when this casting announcement came out that Christian Bale was going to be Batman. And Christian Bale was like not known. He was like an underground indie cult. He has a cult following. He has a fandom, like they have a name and everything. So he has a following, has always had a following, but he wasn't really well known until this. So Carla, what were your thoughts when you heard Christian Bale was cast as Batman?
Okay, anytime I hear casting news about Batman and it's not Michael Keaton, I'm like, why? Why are they doing this again? Like, why? And especially after it went from Michael Keaton to George Clooney to Val Kilmer, I was like, okay, it can only get worse. But I still had that yeah, it's like, okay, let's just scrape the bottom of the barrel now. But because it's Christian Bale, I was like, well, this sounds interesting. Like, if nothing else, it might not be good, but it might be interesting.
Yeah.
Because my thought was, I wonder what they're going to do with it to have cast Christian Bale in it, because I can't see it being like the past movies. And it wasn't at all.
No. And Susie?
So, and is always Ken Conroy.
Oh, you're
mainly
breaking.
due to the fact that I really love Batman. Oh no.
Technical issues there. Okay, and now Susie's frozen. So, you're imitating Tanya when she got frozen with her thumb. Yeah, you're totally breaking up. So, what I'm going to do then, Susie, is if you want to possibly go out and then come back in, maybe, or We'll see if you can get, yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to do that because I just want to make sure that she can be on here and it doesn't keep breaking up. Sometimes that fixes the problem for people. Sometimes it doesn't. We'll see. So I'll just give my thoughts and then we'll come back to Susie. Hopefully she comes back in. So I've said before on this podcast, I don't care what people say. I love Batman. I've always loved Batman. Batman is my favorite superhero, always will be. Second is actually Catwoman. So I love Catwoman for many, many reasons. And so when I heard this, I'm with Carla. I very much think of Michael Keaton as the number one Batman. I don't anymore. Spoilers, Christian Bale is my favorite Batman and my favorite Bruce Wayne. But when I heard this, I was really shocked. I was like, first of all, I was like, I can't believe Christian Bale signed on to do such a huge movie because to me, he doesn't seem like that. Like he's attracted to that. I don't think of him as attracted to like fame and stardom and all that kind of stuff. So I was surprised, number one. Number two, I'll be honest. I was like, you're a great actor, but I'm not sure I see you in this role. It was hard because I love George Clooney, but I think George Clooney was awful in the role. I love Val Kilmer, but I think Val Kilmer was awful in the role. So for me, it was like, I don't know. And Christopher Nolan, at that point, I was a fan. I'm not as big a fan of Christopher Nolan anymore, but I was a fan of his then because I liked like Memento and this great little film he did called Following. Go check that out. So I liked those films. So I was like, okay, this might be kind of interesting. And then when I went and saw Batman Begins, I was so blown away by this movie. I will tell you a little bit later what ended up happening with me fandom wise, because this was a big, big experience for me fandom wise, this movie. But I was blown away. And like I said, he ended up becoming my favorite. Okay, so Susie, you're back and you're not frozen. So Susie, what were your initial thoughts when you heard the casting news?
Yeah, well, for me, Batman will always be Kevin Conroy, mainly because as a kid I grew up watching Batman the Animated Series, and I played the Arkham games, and so he has been my Batman for like my overarching Batman. So I'm always a little bit wary when there's live action adaptations of Batman, and I'm always wary of the casting. But when I saw that Christian Bale was going to be Batman, I was like, okay, we're going to give this a shot, just to see, because it could be that he's really good or it could be that he's really bad. Who knows? Thank God he didn't Ben Affleck it.
Thank God Angela's not on here. Angela loves. That's her favorite, I think. Is Ben Affleck.
Ooh.
He's not mine.
That's why she was like, you don't want me on that live stream because
she'll just compare everything to Ben Affleck, and then I'll just sit here and be like, no.
I know. I'm like, this is honoring Christian Bale. We're not going to tell you. Sorry, Susie.
No. Because I think out of all the Batman that there have been, this is going to be slander. Some people, Ben Affleck is like the lowest in my ranking. So yeah. I mean,
wow, even lower than George.
Oh, listen, George was hilarious. He had the back card. That was amazing.
And the nipples.
Amazing. And the nips. Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Joel Schumacher. I love you for that.
And he has supposedly he's offered to refund people their money if they wouldn't pay money to go see him.
No refunds needed.
It's one of the reasons I love George. Oh, that's hilarious though. Yeah. If Angela was on here, she'd be fighting you right now.
Yeah.
So. I already said my thoughts. So let's get into Batman Begins, which of course is about Batman becoming Batman. Lots of backstory, lots of stuff about childhood. Of course, we see the murder of Bruce Wayne's parents, which is fine in this one, in my opinion, but we don't need to see it again. It's kind of been there, done that 100 billion times. We know what happened to his parents. So Carla, before we get into Bale's performance, do you think we needed this much backstory in Batman Begins?
Holy God, no. We did not need this
Oh my
much
gosh,
backstory. Jesus freaking Christ. No. It was just so much. Like, oh, the but here's the thing, like each of these movies could have easily been like an hour shorter
That's
because
true.
they're just so jam packed, and this is one of those things where I'm just like, okay, yes, it's an excellent movie. It did not need to be this long. There's some movies, so I just could go on about this forever, but no, it did not need to have that much backstory. It's like we get it. We get it. He's an orphan. He's sad about it. He's angry about it. And then he's sad about it. And then he does stuff. And then he's still angry. And then he's sad some more. We understand. Like, oh, the whole beginning of, how he meets Ra's al Ghul and the training and everything. Everybody loves a good montage. Did not need it to extend for like 45 minutes. Did not need that much of a training montage. I like seeing, like awesome martial arts style fighting. I was kind of burnt out at some point. I was like, okay, we gotta come. Just, is there any place else that this man can go?
Is there any
Yes.
can go?
Yes. Oh my goodness. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, and definitely the shortening. I realized that when I was watching these. I watched Batman Begins and The Dark Knight last weekend, and then I watched The Dark Knight Rises today, which is the longest one of all of them, is The Dark Knight Rises. And I was like, oh my gosh, this has been going on forever.
It feels like the longest thing on the planet when you're watching it,
Yes.
especially when you're binging them.
Yes.
It's just like, why isn't this over yet?
Yes. And I love them, but
me too. But still, enough is enough.
Yes. So, Susie, do you share that view that there was way too much backstory?
Listen, as a Batman aficionado, I am somewhat well versed in his backstory and how he comes to be Batman. So in every movie or in every iteration of Batman that we get, oh, happy family off to the theater, and then, oh no, the parents have been unalived and he is now an orphan. And it's like a whole thing, and that's the one thing I like disliked about Batman in cinema, is that with every like new iteration, we rehash this again and again. We did it with the Clooney, we did it with the Schumachers and the Burtons.
It's like
we did it with Nolan. We did it with Affleck. We're gonna do it with Rob.
Spider-Man. How many times do we need to watch Uncle Ben die?
Yes.
I'm good on
exactly
that.
The same comparison. Yeah. It's kind of like, it makes you feel like they think we're stupid. Like we don't know that this is what happened.
Real.
Even if you haven't read the comics, you know.
Yeah, like Batman and Annie are two of like the most famous orphans in the world, and almost everyone knows their stories. Almost everyone.
I want to see that crossover.
I do too.
The sun will come out tomorrow. No, it won't.
Like, but for real, like, oh my goodness, no, like it just it gets rehashed so often, and it's just like, y'all, I'm done. Like, we all know, we've been new.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. When I first saw this, though, I will say I thought it was so well done, and I liked the fact that we didn't see Batman right away. And when we finally see Batman, I want to say I think it's actually the scariest scariest Batman has ever been. I mean, really, the way they do Batman when Batman is introduced is really like, it's the way that a criminal would have viewed Batman, because Batman is trying to get them. So the way they did that was so well done that I did like that there was build up to it. But it's hard on rewatches because you're just like, oh my gosh. And since there's been so many other Batmans, it's kind of like, okay, we don't need this story. It could have been shown within a 20-minute time frame. We could have shown everything. We could have shown him as a child. We could have shown him falling in the well and being afraid of the bats. We could have shown him, going, almost shooting the person who killed his parents, and then going off and training. And that could have all been done in 20 minutes. It did not need to be done in the time amount in the amount of time that it was done. Except I did like watching some of the training montages when I'm going to be completely shallow because it's me. Christian Bale looks very, very good in this movie and in these movies. So, I mean, and to think he made this right
Yeah.
after The Machinist.
That's what I was thinking. Look, I was looking up the timing of
His
it.
poor body.
And also because like I watched The Machinist last night and then I watched the Batman trilogy. It's like, whoa,
I know.
that's a lot of change for one little body.
Yeah, and he actually had to do like a screen test thing while he was doing The Machinist for this. And he had to really convince him, no, it'll be okay. This isn't how I normally look. I don't normally look this way. But yeah, I agree. It was too much. So I want to get into the performance here because I know people, even though people love this trilogy, there are a lot of people that actually don't like Bale as Batman per se. They like him, I think, more as Bruce Wayne.
Well,
Is
they're
what I've heard.
wrong.
I agree. But so Carla, what do you think of Bale first as Bruce Wayne? Both, even before he decides to become Batman and then after that. Just overall, what do you think of him as Bruce Wayne?
As Bruce Wayne, I think he really captures that whole uh, facade of being a playboy. Like you can see that it's forced, that it's a put upon performance that he's putting out there for the world. He's really troubled and bothered underneath it all, um, and he's still completely clueless about the actual world because whatever his parents may have, whatever ideals his parents may have espoused as far as creating a more just society, they were still billionaires. Like, okay, there's only so much that your good heart can take you if you're still sitting on that much money. Um, and the fact that he never really had to work, he never really had to do anything to make a life for himself. Everything was just kind of handed to him. And he goes out there and just doesn't understand what the real world is about. And then when he, during one of the many montages, when he's talking about that he became a criminal to see what to see what it was like, and it's only like part of the story. So he's not really seeing the realities of what most of the people are living, because he talks about the adrenaline before a job, and then once you succeed and you have that victory, like, okay, great. And all of this, by the way, it's not exactly a life like most of these people have lived. It's a condensed period of time, and it's all very, kind of slumming it with the pores. It has that feeling because he has a complete safety net. It's like at any point, and is exactly what happened. He calls Alfred. Alfred shows up, and a giant thing to pick him up. I'm done playing poor. I want to go home now. But and there is that that naivete that a lot of people of privilege have, where they think, I'm going to make the world better because I understand what it's really like now, without actually talking to the people who are living in these conditions and asking them, hey, how could I improve your life? It's just, I'm going to show up and knock out all of these bad guys. That's what I'm going to do. Like, okay, all right, cool. That's fine. But all of this, as far as his performance, like he pulls it off in a way that that you feel sympathetic towards him, where it's like you buy that he is a good guy, genuinely caring about the city of Gotham, and genuinely wants to make a difference. And you get sucked into forgetting all of that stuff, all of those things that I mentioned before. It's a really he plays rich really well.
It's
like
true.
this in American Psycho.
It's true. Yeah.
Like he dresses up nicely. He looks like he belongs in those fancy suits. So what can I say?
Yeah. He plays rich kind of playboy douchebags very well.
Yes.
It's true. So, Susie, what do you think of Bale as Bruce Wayne?
I like it. It is one of my more preferred like recent versions of the Bat. I think he does a really good job of playing that kind of dumb, just playboy who's just there to like buy a hotel because he wants his models to play in the fountain.
I love that scene
Or,
so much.
it's so funny. Or just like pushing like dining like restaurant tables together, and he's like, "Well, they're gonna let me do it because I bought the hotel." So absconding with a Russian ballet, like just it's fun how he uses stuff like this as a cover for like Batman, but it's just hilarious how he's like, "Oh man, I gotta come up with an alibi. I know, rich guy stuff. That's how we'll do it." It's just so dumb.
And
But
it works. Yep.
it does. And something that I also really appreciate is like showing kind of, especially in Begins, is showing his ingenuity of creating like the Batsuit and its gadgets. Like how when he gets the stuff for the cowl, he's like, okay, we have to buy like 10 million pieces. And we have to buy this separately, and we'll put it together ourselves. And he's like spray painting his suit. He's like really DIYing this whole thing and trying to figure it out. And it's like, yeah, I mean, if any one of us had the money and the time, this would probably be what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like seeing that, like the ingenuity and the figuring things out. Like, yes, he has access to all this money, but it's fun to see him like even work with Lucius and being like, hey, so if I want to go spelunking, what do I like would this work for that? Or like, what if I want to joyride the freaking what's it called, the bet tumbler?
Yes.
Like, does it? And he's like, does this come in black? Just like that would be me though too. It's like, does this come in black? No. Okay, fine. I'll pass. Like, imagine even if it didn't, he would probably just like stand there spray painting it piece by piece. It's like,
He
nope, can't have
probably
camo,
would.
gotta be black.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I'll just Mal said earlier, Lex Luthor is Daddy Warbucks. And yes. Very true. But I think, Bale is great as Bruce Wayne. Both the version, when you first see Bruce Wayne with that horrible wig that they put him in when he's younger. It's got to be a wig. I mean, it's so bad. He's this very entitled rich dude who decides the way he's going to avenge his parents' death is by, shooting the person who killed his father, and doing it in this way where he doesn't even think about anything else, any other consequences, anybody else, until Rachel kind of tries to show him, you know, what is going on in the part of the city that he doesn't understand. And yes, he tries to understand that. But I think even throughout this whole series, that's the one thing that I know is the reason a lot of people don't like Batman and a lot of people criticize Batman is he still does have that rich white entitlement thing throughout. I mean, throughout every single iteration, even though he is the Dark Knight and even though he is trying to help and he's doing a lot of good things and he's a good person, he still sometimes is oblivious to certain things and he lets his own ego and his own pain sometimes cloud his judgment. And you see it a lot. It still goes on. And I kind of appreciate that because I think that's kind of accurate to the character. I think they show it a lot more in this series than they do in any of the other ones, as far as like blatantly showing it, especially I think in The Dark Knight Rises more than anything. There's a lot of that in there. And so I think that's very interesting is that he's acting like he is above that rich white entitlement. And that's just the role he's playing. I mean, he even says that to Rachel. This isn't really me. But he still is playing that role sometimes. He still has that. I mean, he doesn't have to play that rich playboy role and bed every woman he can, but he does. I mean, I don't necessarily blame him. It's just he's like, okay, I can do this. Might as well bed the whole Russian ballet.
Can you just imagine that sex scene? Like he goes home with them and he's like, oh, listen, I'm gonna make this just really fast. It's only because I have to screw you. All right. I don't want to have sex with you. I just really have to. So just don't take this as as a sample of my general performance, but it's gotta be quick and done, okay? Because I have things I got to do. Gonna put you in a nice car, send you home, send you flowers in the morning, but it's not gonna be good. It's just gonna be done.
Wow, it's like Patrick Bateman with flowers.
Minus the stabby stabby,
And minus the stabby. I mean,
I
just
feel like
even
it's a
that
better
way,
deal.
Yes. Oh, much better. Yes, I would much rather sleep with Bruce Wayne than Patrick Bateman any day of the week. Even with Patrick Bateman's regime and watching his ass in the shower, I still would much sleep with Bruce Wayne. Because I know Bruce Wayne's not going to kill me. So, and Patrick Bateman will most likely kill me. So I would much rather sleep with Bruce Wayne any day of the week. So, yeah. Yeah. But then but I think I think he does a good job as Bruce Wayne throughout the whole series. And whenever we get to the new movies, we'll briefly just say where we're kind of finding Bruce Wayne and Batman, because it's all different in each iteration and each sequel. I mean, so now I want to talk about Bale as Batman, because I know a lot of people have issues. Some people do later on. I think when this first came out, people didn't have as many issues as they do now. But a lot of people don't necessarily like this Batman. And the reason they don't like this Batman is because of the voice is the biggest reason. Because it's very, it's not like that. It's that very deep, I'm Batman. It's like Dean Winchester is Batman.
I was gonna say.
It's exactly like that. I was thinking that today when I was watching The Dark Knight Rises. I'm like,
I feel like, okay, so the first one came out, 2005?
I can't. Yeah, I think that was when it was. Yeah.
Okay, and when did Supernatural start? I'm not pointing fingers.
2005. I believe it was 2005.
Okay. Because I think as the series, as I think that as the trilogy goes on, the Bat voice gets more and more exaggerated. So, and that's around the time that Jensen Ackles and Misha Collins started doing their deep voice off.
We figured it out.
We figured out the connection. Blame it on Supernatural, like I do everything else in my life.
Yes.
But yeah,
sorry. Yes, go ahead and talk about. Go ahead and talk about Bale as Batman overall.
Aside from speculation, yes, I understand. Okay, so I think I think he was great. I mean, like the Nolan's vision really was this darker style where it's more gritty, more, I guess, pseudo realistic. And because like all of the preceding films, except for maybe the first Tim Burton one, except for maybe the first Michael Keaton one, were just so much lighter and fluffier, and they were just, even though the Penguin is terrifying, he's not on the same type of terrifying that any of the baddies in the Batman trilogy and the Nolan trilogy were. And it required a very specific kind of performance, and I think that that's why Christian Bale was perfect for this specific Batman. And he really, voice aside, he really nailed the demands of the role, which are to be intimidating and tormented. Because Batman, even more so than Bruce Wayne, Batman is such a tormented hero. He doesn't want to have to do this. He doesn't want to have to knock around these bad guys. But it's like, oh, if only you hadn't robbed, I wouldn't have to punch you in the face. And the fact that with Ra's al Ghul, he didn't
want to leave him in that subway car, but it's what he had to do because he's not going to kill him, but he's also not going to help him, which is the same thing, Batman. Just pointing that out there, it's the same outcome. You know what's going to happen. You know what you did. And like if honestly, if the voice is people's biggest problem with this particular Batman, then that's just being picky, because there are so many other important things to this role that I think are just that just matter more than the silly voice, which the voice was silly. I'm not taking that away. But I just I don't see a reason to make that the deciding factor in whether a Batman is whether the performance was good or not.
Yeah. Why did you kill your husband? Sorry. That's what so Susie, what do you think of Batman? It's hard not
I
to
do
do it.
agree with the consensus that the voice is very silly. But I do kind of see like the in-universe use of it, of him being like, I wear the mask so no one will hurt the people I love. I adopt this voice so that people can't trace me back to. Because listen, this is also has been like my one gripe with Batman, like throughout his whole collective history, is that it's the same voice, guys. It's like Batman in suit and out of suit, like in both, like Batman Bruce Wayne, same voice. Like I'm surprised that no like Batman fangirls in these universes have been like connecting the dots, or even like the villains that he's beat up. They're like, hold on a second, those lips look familiar. That voice is familiar.
Those lips look
Those
familiar.
eyes. Cause you're only seeing like this sound.
I know, but I didn't even think about
and you're
that.
like, those messy exfoliated lips, they're those of Bruce Wayne. No one.
They look very expensively exfoliated.
Yes, I was gonna say something else, but never mind.
Whoa. Whoa there. But more importantly, everybody, with all of that technology, they could have invested in like a voice changer.
For reals, sir.
That's
like
true.
something hidden in the neck of the cowl.
True. So he wouldn't have to
Yeah.
hurt his voice.
Yes. Like Lucius Fox could have been like, oh, you know what might be helpful?
What if you have this for when you go spelunking? Take this with you.
Yep.
Like I can fully imagine like Alfred, like every night after Bruce comes home, he's just sitting there with like a cup of tea, like, here, sir, and some lozenges, like, there you go. You're gonna need this. Thanks, Alfred.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I thought
And
I drank a lot of
suddenly-
peppermint tea. I mean,
Yeah.
Suddenly, when Enterprises buys a whole apiary just so that he can produce his own honey.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He bought stock in Celestial Seasonings. That's they send him like truckloads of peppermint tea. Like, sir, why are we sending so much to Wayne Manor? Don't ask questions, kid. If the check clears, we're all good.
he comes
keep
up
loading.
here. He comes up here once a year and goes into the mint room at the Celestial Seasonings plant here in Colorado. Which, if you ever want your sinuses cleared, go there. Yeah, he goes there every once in a while, and he's like, He just stands there in the center of the room. He's like, "What are you doing? Don't mind me."
His shipment is like, he's like, where's my shipment? Oh, sorry. I can see this happening. But I think it is like, I think his performance as Batman is a good kind of way to see how Batman would be in kind of like a quote unquote somewhat realistic setting, like a more like it's not fully immersed in like a comic universe. You can see him being all spooky dooky. Like my favorite moment of his is when he shows up at the docks and he's throwing around those batarangs and people are like, what the hell is this? Because no one knows who he is yet, and they're just like, what? And then he pops up on the car. It's always funny to hear him say the Batman, and he just picks him up. the mob boss, and he's like, "Who are you?" The Batman. And it's like, whoop, and he just like disappears out of nowhere. Nice coat, and then just leaves. Oh my god, it is a really fun portrayal, and to kind of just see his like how gritty he is and kind of what he goes through, and I like it. I mean, you can get over the voice like really quick. It's just kind of washes over you after a while. I think for most people, it might have just been like that initial shock of most likely seeing him in the costume and then him going, "The Batman." Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of, because I actually, and I think it's interesting what Michelle said, that she didn't even notice the voice until people started making jokes about it. And I think that's interesting, because I do think it's that initial shock when you first hear him speak in that voice, because you haven't heard him speak like that the whole time. But it makes sense. Like you said, Susie, it makes sense he would change his voice because he's trying to protect people. And that's the other way you're going to protect people. He's like, people will know my voice. I'm this famous billionaire playboy. People are going to know my voice. And so it makes sense that he would do that. And I never minded the voice. I never thought it was silly. It really was like the first time I heard it, I was kind of like, whoa, but it fit with everything going on. Because, like I said, the first time you see him, he's scary, and he's supposed to be scary because he's supposed to scare criminals. He's supposed to scare people that are not scared of anything. He's supposed to be the one thing they're scared of. He's supposed to be the thing that the evil people have nightmares about, is supposed to be Batman. So it makes sense that his voice would be deep and kind of scary. It's trying to be scary and fearful, and it's trying to be like that. I mean, I wouldn't want that, spoiler for The Dark Knight Rises, but as Catwoman, I'd be kind of like, okay, we're not doing the Batman voice tonight. I don't want the Batman voice. You just be Bruce Wayne. No Batman voice. But yeah, and I wonder, because well, Christian Bale does everything in the world to his body that there is possibly to do. So, but I do wonder. I don't think I've read anything about this, if that ever did anything to his voice, or how he did that, where he didn't harm his voice. I just always wonder that. I should have looked that up, because he does everything else to his body. So. Oh, the poor guy. And I'm going to quickly go over the bingo card here, because we've gotten a lot of these. So, of course, Christian Bale is the free space. We've talked about his acting, which is what we are just talking about. Carla sang. We mentioned The Machinist. We mentioned A Drink with the T. I'm counting that. We mentioned American Psycho, Batman, of course. We mentioned TikTok. I said Redbubble earlier. Bruce Wayne, of course. We've all laughed. We talked about his body transformation. Yep. And I think that's it right now that we've gotten. So I don't know if anyone has. You could probably already have bingo by now. And just to let you know, for these ones, we're going to be giving away It's a Christian effing Bale thing stickers, if you get these. So we're going to be doing a live stream for 4 of these things. So next Saturday at the same time, Carla's going to be back, and we're going to be talking about The Machinist. So, which will be a lot heavier discussion, I'm sure, but it won't be that light. Okay, well, let's get into Alfred, because even though we're celebrating Christian Bale, we still have to talk about the other characters in these universes. So Alfred, of course, is played by Michael Caine, and is the butler and really the surrogate father to Batman and Bruce Wayne. Not really Batman, but more Bruce Wayne. So what do you think about Alfred overall, Carla?
I think, he's the classic father figure in any of these superhero stories, because it's not like superheroes generally have parents, or parents who are nice, or parents who are alive. So, and there's always, well, not always, but there's usually somebody to step in and take that role, and to show them, to show them like the basics of morality and all of that. And I think that's Alfred, but and he's continuing the tradition that the legacy of the Wayne family. And Michael Caine, like, as soon as I saw him in this role, I was like, he's perfect. Why would anybody else have ever been Alfred? He's just like he fills that role so perfectly. I just,
Mhm.
I love him in it, and he really has that put upon but loving dad figure thing down, like that look in his eyes of, oh son, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. You know, like all these bruises,
Oh,
here we go
son.
again.
Oh, son.
And of course,
Yeah.
he has the benefit of, yeah, he's the butler and everything, but it's at least for that household, it's not like it's a hard job. So he has a
It's
pretty
true.
sweet gig. Just every now and then he has to, like, maybe sew up a wound or whatever. I wonder what kind of training Alfred has, by the way, that he can do all of this stuff. Like, did they
That's a
plug
good
him
point.
out of some, like, English Secret Service where he was you know maybe he was James Bond at one point, and then he retired and he didn't want to be James
That's
Bond, and he said,
that's kind
what
of
can
his
I do?
backstory.
What?
Yes, there you go. I want to see Alfred's backstory. I want to see him,
Yes.
like, parachuting in on some criminals, and, like, whatever the 1950s or 40s equivalent was of hacking a database would have been. And, like, somebody gets the wound, it's like, quick, get Alfred, he's the best stitcher in the entire, MI, whatever it is, MI 5, 6, 7, who cares? um but yes, I want to know the backstory. But yes, Michael Caine is amazing in this role.
Yes. Yes. That's the backstory we need for the next one. Not Bruce Wayne's. We need Alfred's.
No more Batman movies, please. I want an Alfred movie
Well, we're
leading up to
getting
his
another the
retirement.
Batman. We're getting the Batman, which I'm stupidly excited about. I don't care what anyone says. I'm flipping excited about this.
No, I will pay money to see the Alfred movie.
Well, what's his? How am I forgetting his name? Who's playing Alfred in this one? Susie, remember? He's one who does all the. He usually does. He's usually not. You usually don't see his face all the time. He does all the other. Like he was Frodo. He was in the Planet
Oh
of
my
the
God,
Apes.
Elijah! No, not Elijah
No,
Wood.
no,
Oh,
no, no, no.
Andy,
Because I'm like,
Andy Serkis.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
oh, okay, that sounds awesome. Still,
Mhm.
no, if it's not a movie about Alfred's backstory, I'm done. I'm done.
I can't help it. I'm stupidly excited. Catwoman is in it too. I
Oh,
don't
heck
care.
yeah.
I
I
am
am
so
ready.
flippin'
So
excited for this
Let's
Batman
do
movie.
it.
It's the first one that looks kind of like it's in the same kind of universe as this one. So I am there for it. Plus, the cast is chef's kiss. So yeah, I'm all for it. I think Zoe Kravitz will be a cool Catwoman to see too. So yes, I ship Catwoman and Batman. Spoiler. Okay, so Susie, what do you think of Alfred?
No, but so really quick, Carla will be very happy to hear. Alfred's backstory is basically that he has some kind of like secret forces, like military training. So that's why he like knows to do all this stuff. There's also, I think there's a comic book like little arc where he like single-handedly defends the mansion with a shotgun, and he's just like being a bamf, and it is like, yes, Alfred.
Wow.
Like,
See,
yeah.
like, I feel like, some of this excess in some of these movies could have just been made so much more exciting with Alfred facing down some baddies by himself. The
Maybe
giant
that'll happen
mansion.
in the Batman.
Oh,
Oh, I
yes,
hope so. That'd be
please.
good. Yeah, but like you can especially see more of his back. It's not worked into very much into these movies, but in the Gotham series, you do see more of that like comic backstory where he's just being a badass and helping baby Bruce out, which is one of the reasons why I kind of I have a little bit of a like for the Gotham series because you get to see more of Alfred being more of an involved, like, yes, show me these skills, sir. Oh my god, I'm excited. Yes. But I like Michael Caine's role in these films is kind of playing that adoptive father who has to be in charge of, from what like I can kind of understand, is that the Waynes, other than being his employers, were very dear friends of his. So it is interesting to see him kind of playing that part of like, okay, I have to raise your kid, make sure he grows up right, and just do whatever I can to be there for him. And you can see especially like how hard it is for him in the third movie to like have to step away and be like, I love you, but I can't watch you destroy yourself. Like you've done so much for the city and for everyone else, and nothing, like almost little of that good has come back to you, and I can't see you continue to hurt yourself. And even then, like spoiler alert in the in the third, when we believe Bruce is dead and he's just grieving over his parents' graves, like, I'm so sorry, I failed you. I couldn't save him, I couldn't protect him. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And it is very kind of like heartbreaking because he has seen Bruce. He was there since Bruce's birth, and he watched him grow up and like put and like go through the awful pain and trauma of losing his parents right in front of him, and growing and changing and becoming this vigilante that night after night would come home, and Alfred would have to patch him up, and you can kind of see how like gradually that takes a little bit more of a weight on him each time, and he's just trying to be this mentor as best as he can, while also not completely condoning what Bruce is doing, just being like, you know what, if you ever decide to quit, I'm here for you, because
Mhm.
you deserve to know that there are people in your life who love you and just want the best for you.
Yeah, I pretty much just ditto. I don't have much to add on that. I think, I mean, really, it's like a no-brainer. Like how no one thought of casting Michael Caine before this is beyond me because it's really the most perfect casting out there. I mean, I think as far as like the most on the nose, and I mean that in a good way, of anybody in this series in the Dark Knight trilogy and Nolan's films to cast, it was definitely Michael Caine. It just like it wouldn't have made sense without him. And I know Michael Caine is in pretty much like every Nolan movie, I think, or so he's kind of like a staple. He's kind of like in his garden of actors. That sounds wrong, but I mean like his stable of actors that he uses a lot. But yeah, and I do think it's the most interesting parts of Alfred to me is that Alfred really doesn't want this life completely for Bruce Wayne. And I think that's very interesting to watch because a lot of people really want this. They want the Batman, they want a hero. And Alfred just wants Bruce to grow old, have kids, and live a happy life. And so I think it's very interesting to watch that, especially in the third one. And we'll talk about that ending, of course, because I like how it's a gift to Alfred as well, what Bruce does. So I think it's also a gift to him. So I really like that. Okay, so let's get to Lucius Fox, played by Morgan Freeman. So, of course, this is the man who helps build everything for Batman. And one of the only other people that eventually knows who Batman really is. It's basically just Alfred and Fox, and of course Rachel, but people learn throughout.
And that random
So
accountant guy.
yeah, yeah, you're right. The random accountant guy. And then of course other people. And then of course Jim Gordon in the last one, but yeah. So what do you think of Fox, Carla?
I I love any time that there's a character who builds cool toys and then they get to show off the cool toys like they're no big deal. Like, yeah, and
Mhm.
over here we have this thing that, shoots out daggers at 500 miles per hour. It can probably like just make the sun explode or whatever. Let's move on to the next one. Completely nonchalant about his amazing talent and about all the cool things that he's making. And
Mhm.
I really um in this movie and in this universe, he's what, like, the only Black person, I think?
Pretty
And
much,
pretty
yes.
much. And he's only there sometimes, like, in all of these recurring characters in the trilogy, he's he's notable because he's brilliant and because he's played by Morgan Freeman, but you don't really get all that much about him otherwise. And it's just one of those, it feels like a typical diversity casting thing where it's like, let's get a black person in that role because we need a black person. Where can we have them? It can't really be a main role, but it can be a big role, but not too big a role. Let's put him here. But aside from that, I do love Lucius Fox. I think he's he has he's very smart, not just in that he can create all of these amazing things, but also in that he knows what Bruce is doing from the start. It's like this whole spelunking thing, and immediately he's like, right,
Yeah.
spelunking. No, I want to do base jumping. Dude, base jumping. Okay, let's call it that. Like he's basically like rolling his eyes at Bruce the entire time. Every time he's on screen, he's kind of like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
But he's great. He's just like a grumpy old guy who knows everything and who, in his own way, is supportive of everything that's going on without actually showing it too hard, because then it would be uncool for Lucius.
Yes. Yes. And Mal says, accounting pride. Yes. Yes. Didn't we remember sexy accountants?
Sexy accountants. Yes. Oh my god.
Sexy accountants. Wow. Wow. What a flashback.
And we had like started Googling sexy accountants, and there was like
Yes.
nothing. And I was like, well, we gotta fix this.
That was
There have
on
to
the
be sexy
bingo
accountants.
card for a while.
Yes, it was. Sexy accountants.
That's so funny. So Susie, what are your thoughts on Fox?
I really like his character. Like, even in the comics, he's kind of known for having this kind of like golden Midas touch where he can turn like failing businesses into really successful ones and make them better again. And you do see that in like this film trilogy where he kind of takes failing Wayne Enterprises and helps make it better. And I love seeing him like making like all these gadgets for Bruce and just be like, oh, I didn't want to show off too much, but there's this if you would like it, Just wanted to show you, just for shiggles. See if you liked it, just to see. And I love how kind of like kind of almost sarcastic and cheeky he is when he's just like, oh, just check the numbers again. Or like my favorite part in the second one is when he's like, you're telling me that you want to blackmail the richest man who is also your boss, who you think moonlights as a vigilante. Like, good luck, Mary. Like, like I love that when he's just being sassy and like, okay, sure, whatever, you do you, boo. I wish I had popcorn. Like he, like I feel like he is the person that would be like, let me grab my popcorn real quick as I watch this go down. But like I do love his like him being in this universe. Like, it's always a joy for me to see Lucius Fox in anything because he's one of my other favorite Batman like characters. So it's a real it was a lot of fun to see him pop up in in these films and just be like, oh, it's Lucius.
Yeah. No, I not much to add. Again, I have a feeling this is going to happen on every single one of these. But yeah, I mean, I think Morgan Freeman, I mean, I don't think there's anything Morgan Freeman can't do acting wise. So it's kind of like he's like one of those that makes everything look incredibly easy. I do agree with what Carla said. It is like, this is the token black character we're going to put in here so we can say we're not all white. But so other than that, he's great. I mean, I like watching. I think I want to say, I think all of these characters play off of Christian Bale very well in different aspects. I think they have, I think the way Bruce Wayne and Fox interact is a very playful way. They've got this playful banter going on, like kind of like a buddy cop movie. Like I could see them together doing that. I think that would be kind of cool to see. So they have a really good interactions. You kind of see a lighter jokester side of Bruce Wayne, which you see throughout. I want to mention that there's kind of this lightness to him in a way, like he kind of jokes a little bit. He's not all, gruff the whole time. Sorry, I just had to do the voice one more time. Um, so I really like watching them together, and I think that's just a thing with Christian Bale in general. Is I think he's not a selfish actor, so he's very much going to go off of whatever you're giving him. And like I know he was recently asked, well, what do you think about Robert Pattinson taking on the role of Batman? I'm sure they were hoping to get some kind of juicy take. And he's like, oh, he's great. He's wonderful. He's an amazing person. I think he'll do great, kind of thing. And like you didn't get what you were hoping you would get, but because I think he's just not that kind of actor. He doesn't give a crap about that status crap. So, which is one of the reasons he's our unofficial mascot. So anyway, Mal says they are a different kind of sexy accountant. We still need that calendar. Sexy accountant calendar. Okay, so I want to talk about Rachel, played in the first one by Katie Holmes. Was she necessary, Carla?
I mean, no, and in fact, her presence only added to the runtime of the movie. To be honest, like it's just, but it's you do kind of need a foil for Batman. You need somebody who is going to tell him, no, you're not doing this for the right reasons, because Alfred isn't really telling him that. He's telling him, no, my son, don't get hurt. Like that's his whole line, which is understandable, and it has its own it serves its own purpose, which is very important. But he does need somebody to tell him, look, you think you're doing all of these good things, but you're just being a bitter little baby about things. Just, if you want to do good for the sake of doing good, not because it also furthers your agenda, which he really needed to hear. And I think he took it to heart, and it really helped to drive a lot of his motivation from that point on in the story throughout the trilogy. Um, but other than that, she's just there to be the love interest, to be the damsel in distress. And it's so frustrating because not only, okay, so we've already discussed the whiteness of this movie. Let's talk about the maleness of this movie, in that
Yeah.
pretty much everybody else is a dude. It's not until you get to the third movie in the trilogy that you have um, a woman who is not a damsel in distress, who is, uh, a butt kicker in her own right. And even then, it's like mostly, there's still vestiges of that whole, well, she's a woman and therefore, oh my gosh, she has to be the love interest also. But that's mostly what Rachel Dawes is there for. And I wanted to like her more, and it's not Katie Holmes's fault that I couldn't. It's just she does end up being a pretty one-dimensional, single-purpose character in this movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Susie.
Yeah, not to be mean to Rachel, but she's kind of like white bread. Like there's not much there. Like there's very little substance to her, and she's basically just kind of like this placeholder and just kind of like this unobtainable person that was created for Batman in the Nolanverse to like someone to even to have up on a pedestal even after her, spoiler alert, death. And it's just kind of like I feel like the space that she occupied could have been occupied by like maybe making her more fleshed out and making her more interesting, give us more to care about, and just or like why does it even have to be romantic? You could even like it might have been fun to maybe in her place to introduce one of the Robins and have that going on to like see how Batman deals with like coming into being a vigilante and also probably having to mentor another one or grow to like accept and or grow to like learning how to become a mentor himself. Just like I just don't think her character was very well utilized like ever throughout her run in the movies, unfortunately. And I think that's
Mhm.
such a waste because they could have done so much more and so much better with her.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I want to say, I think there is zilch chemistry between Christian Bale and Katie Holmes, and it's not a fault to either one of them as actors. Although I do not think Katie Holmes is very good in this movie. I want to say, no offense, I she will always be Joey to me from Dawson's Creek, and I feel for her because she got caught up in the whole Scientology crap thing, but now I know because she's a free woman, but but it just didn't. They don't have chemistry because to me it was like watching like they have an age difference, number one, in real life, and they were trying to make it that they didn't have an age difference, but you can clearly tell that Bruce Wayne is a lot older than Rachel. I mean, not when Maggie Gyllenhaal comes aboard, but in this first one, you can tell, and I'm wondering if that's part of the reason they recast her because they had zilch chemistry. It was like watching like the least sexiest couple you could ever watch on screen, and these are two very attractive human beings, and there's nothing there. It's like one of the few times where I don't like watching Christian Bale alongside another actor. And plus, I kept feeling like Katie Holmes, for her part, felt a little overwhelmed with the role or overwhelmed with the pressure, or I don't know. I felt like she was trying really hard. And I don't mean to knock her so much. It just really, it's very glaring the difference in her performance as opposed to everybody else when you're really looking at them. So I feel for her in a way. I feel for Katie Holmes because I think she was given nothing here, nothing, less than nothing. She's given like a person who, wants to become a lawyer because she wants to serve justice. That's what she's about. She's not about becoming a lawyer to have money. She's about becoming a lawyer to help Gotham because she loves Gotham and she didn't grow up rich. And so she's like kind of supposed to be more of the working class people, so she's supposed to serve that purpose, but she's so thinly written that there's nothing there. So I feel for both the actresses that had to play this role because they're given nothing to do, nothing except for, I mean, we'll talk about it when we talk about the Dark Knight, except for serve as a purpose for man pain, and that's it. That's her only role is to motivate men to do something. That's what she is there for. She's not there to help herself, nothing. She's there to help Bruce Wayne really end up becoming Batman. She's the one who pushes him to leave and to not, she's kind of the one who's kind of catapults him into that. And then in The Dark Knight, she serves as what causes Harvey Dent to briefly become Two-Face and also pushes Bruce Wayne to not want to be Batman anymore and go into this deep depression in the third one. So it's like she has no real agency. She's just the way a lot of women are written in a lot of these movies, frankly, and still are. Marvel, you're not 100% okay on this. I want to just say hello.
They're not even like
Avengers.
54%
Yeah.
okay on this.
Yes. I mean, hello, Black Widow and what you did to Black Widow in Endgame. I mean, hello for stupid Hawkeye. I mean, come on. Anyway, it's just yeah, she's just pointless. She could be written out and you wouldn't even know she was gone. That's how pointless she is. So okay, so let's talk about Jim Gordon, the police chief. Jim Gordon, played by Gary Oldman. So
He,
Carla, sorry, I had to
he
pause
was
for that.
great. No, he was great. I love him. I've always loved that character. And even before these movies, I just like the idea of somebody who's really out there trying to do the right thing and who really believes in what he's doing and is a genuinely good soul. And I think Gary Oldman did a great job as Gordon. I really he really does have, I keep saying really. That might be my New Year's resolution is to stop saying really. I really, really think I can do it. I really, really think I can make this work in 2022. To stop saying really so much. So Jim Gordon is great. I love him a lot. This is really hard. Oh God, I did it again.
It's like me trying not to say awesome.
Yeah. And he definitely serves the story well. He's everything that I think Bruce wants to see for the city. Um, because Gotham, just like any other city, deserves somebody who is looking out for the people. And that doesn't happen often enough, especially in policing. And Jim Gordon is kind of, if you have any like for the idea of policing, you want it to be somebody like Gordon to a point, because even Gordon isn't really thinking about, what is driving these people to become criminals. He's just about catching them. Um, anyway, love him. The end.
And I'll just show that for you, Carla, from Panda.
I really appreciate that, Panda. Really.
And Susie, your thoughts on Jim Gordon? Who I'll just say really quickly, Jeffrey Wright is playing Jim Gordon in The Batman. So,
Okay. Oh, Jim Gordon. Oh, bless him. That this poor beleaguered man. He's just trying his best to work against a corrupt system. He is truly pushing the boulder up a hill by himself with occasional battering help from Batman.
mm-hmm.
Like, Batman is very much the example of like working outside the system to exact change, and Jim is very much trying to work inside the system as best as he can and being like, yeah, listen, I got a judge lined up, I got a DA, I got warrants, I'm ready, put me to use. And his commissioner's like, you'll never know what it's like to be commissioner. He's like, put me in, coach, I'm ready. He's very much like, oh, bless this poor soul, just trying to do what he can, comfort this poor orphan child, and then become an accomplice to this vigilante orphan child in the future. Like, oh, he's trying his darnest, and you just gotta love him for that, because even though he's surrounded by so much corruption and like so much bad, he tries his best to enact as much change and justice as he can from whichever way that he can, and you're just like, oh, Jim, you sweet summer child.
You sweet summer child.
This will end badly, but I'm rooting for you, buddy. You can do it.
Yeah. Bless his heart, as Mouse said.
Yeah. I just wanna. He needs a cup of coffee and a nap, like him and Batman do. Honestly, like all the criminals in Gotham need to like collectively get together and be like, okay, guys, we're gonna take a break for like 1 or 2 days, so that these poor men can get some sleep, because Jesus Christ. Like, I can imagine some alternate universe where the villains are like, dang, they look really tired. Maybe we all take a collective vacation, because this is getting kind of cruel even for us.
I like that. I like that idea.
A collective vacation. Vacation all ever. Sorry, I'm just thinking that. Yeah, I like Jim Gordon. I mean, I think having Gary Oldman play this role was also one of those that you wouldn't necessarily expect. I think because it's a lot more grounded than a lot of his other roles are. So I think it was also an interesting casting choice, because you wouldn't necessarily cast Gary Oldman in this role right away. And I think he does a really good job. I think I love that he eventually learns who Batman is, because he kind of deserved to know. I think he deserved to know way before then, but he really deserved to know, because he was on Batman's side when nobody was on Batman's side in, law and everything like that. because they don't want a vigilante. And he took the help of Batman and saw what Batman was trying to do and saw the goodness there. So that's why he really deserved to know. So yeah, he definitely pushing that boulder up the hill is the best way to describe him, because he's doing that throughout. And he keeps pushing and keeps pushing, and he never gives up. Never gives up. And he had every reason to just quit and be like, forget this, screw this city. Plus, he's not appreciated by anyone. People treat him like garbage. So it's like he had every right to just quit, and he doesn't, you know.
Oh my God. I think about the poor man and I'm like, he deserves so much better.
Yes. A lot better.
Honestly, Robin is the only one who appreciates his like mentorship, and I'm like, thank you, Jesus Christ! Finally, someone respects him.
And unfortunately, I had to be that. Sorry, I don't like that character at all. So sorry.
Wow.
I didn't even have him on the outline. I don't even have him on the outline.
I don't even care about Robin. Screw him.
I've never liked that character. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't know.
Breaking. Aaron hates orphans.
Well, I love Bruce Wayne.
Breaking. Aaron hates poor orphans.
I knew you were going to say that. That sounds really awful. I only like the rich orphans. Oh man. If you just tuned in. That's funny. Well, there are other villains. There's Ra's al Ghul, which I didn't even put Ra's al Ghul on this outline, I will be frank, because he bores the crap out of me. So I didn't. I'm sorry. But I want to talk about Scarecrow, because I love Scarecrow. And I love Scarecrow because I think Scarecrow is actually really kind of scary, what Scarecrow does, honestly. And played by the amazing Cillian Murphy, who is incredible. And this is the only villain, by the way, that's in every single Batman movie in the trilogy, just to let you know. So what do you think about Scarecrow, Carla?
I think, let's first talk about the fact that Cillian Murphy, at his absolute peak in hotness.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate his absolute beauty.
That man is gorgeous. Oh, yeah.
That is a pretty person.
Hotness, he was zaddy AF in the third one with that like unshaved face and the weird like tufted shoulder pad jacket he had going on. Like, something about it, I was like, ooh, okay.
He's
now
hot,
I loved him with the glasses and with the,
me too.
you know, the haughty attitude of just like, oh, I'm very important, and who are you, Rachel Dawes, whose name I only know incidentally. I don't know why, but I was always like, yes, sure, okay. Don't put on that Scarecrow mask. Don't hide your beauty. You can be, you know, just like, I'll inhale the fumes if you want, but just don't put the mask on. Sorry, I need a moment. Anyway.
No, he's sexy as hell, man.
He is sexy as hell. He really is. Like, damn. But the Scarecrow really is terrifying, because it's something that he uses something to take over your mind. And it's one thing if, you know, if a villain comes and like fights you, like, yeah, that sucks. But somebody who it's so invasive and so intrusive, and it's such an intimate way of bringing you down, you know, to use your own mind against you. He really is a fascinating, damn it, they did it again. He truly is a fascinating villain. Sincerely, I think he is.
Sincerely,
truthfully, quite honestly fascinating. And I would not want to run up against him, except carnally.
I was just gonna say, I think there's a way you want to run up against.
There's one way in which I would like to run up against him, and it's definitely not in the fighting realm.
Yeah, and Mal, they're saying that the way my main GC was thirsting over him as Scarecrow today, that's so funny.
Good timing. Mouse
Yeah,
GC.
oops. I didn't even mean to put that one up there, but there we go. Enemies to lovers, Carla.
Ooh, yes.
Enemies to lovers with Batman. Oh, that would be interesting.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
I mean, that's basically what Catwoman is.
That's true.
Enemies to lovers.
Yes.
That's why I love them. But yeah, he's just and I want to give a quick shout out to the movie Red Eye by Wes Craven with Rachel McAdams and Cillian Murphy. And holy crap, I love that movie so much. So just a shout out to that one. And he's really good at playing a bad guy, which means he's probably an absolute sweetheart in real life. So,
That's how it works.
Yep. So Susie, what are your thoughts on Scarecrow?
Did I fall in love with this scraggly burlapped man? Yes, I did. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think I myself need to be committed into Arkham because the thirst is unreal. Like, oh doctor, I feel unwell. I have the vapors. No, but oh god, it's just the eyes and that hair. Again, it falls into that thing of my category of having the good eyes and the dark hair. I'm like,
Susie and I,
you got me. Dang. Swear to goodness. Anyway. But I think out of all of Batman's villains, like, yeah, the Joker is most iconic due to his like unhinged nature and just sheer like F2-edness. But the Scarecrow is he's so effective with how terrifying he is because with just a simple cocktail of drugs, he is able to pull your worst fears from your mind and turn them against you. And I think that one thing that really highlights the effective use of the Batman voice in this film is when he gets his own drugs used against him and he sees Batman as this demon who is just like spewing like tar or something from his lips, and he hears the voice all distorted and weird. And it's like, oh yeah. So, and like when you see it from that perspective, you're like, oh yeah, so this is the effect that this voice would have on would-be villains, even if it's not in this like distorted, eerie manner. You can still kind of gauge or get a feel for like how that would be like unsettling and just like, oh my god, oh my god, no, I would not want to meet either of them in a dark alley. Either way, it is unsettling. But just the way that he's like, yeah, I know I'm the best. Like, oh yeah, I'm like the head doctor at Arkham. I can do my little experiments, and no one can do anything about it. I'm gonna turn the whole city insane by putting my chemicals in the water, and it's gonna tear itself apart. And you're like, oh my god, this man. Why is this like? This is goodness gracious, but is it also kind of hot as well? Like.
I was gonna say
Like,
he's a cocky, sexy
like
little.
even in the second one, he's like the cockiness continues
even in the second one, yeah,
because he's like, I told you my drugs would take you places. Didn't say it'd be where you'd want to go. Or even in the third one, he's like, so do you want to like die or do you want to be sentenced to death or exile? Death. Okay, death by exile. Boom. Like this man just like revels in his evilness, and it is just great in a really odd way. Like, again, another sassy bitch. Like, yes, give me all of the sassy bitches. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will say is this is the one character that I wanted so much more of throughout because he's so good. And even the way he says the Batman, even the way he says the Batman is amazing. I mean, even just the way he says it is different than the way anyone else says it. And yeah, the scene when his stuff gets used on him, that is a terrifying scene. Batman is scary like that. That is a really scary scene. And yeah, all that stuff he uses is really kind of terrifying when you see everybody's fears. And that's what, just to let you know, and I'll let you know what all the other ones are. Christopher Nolan said that each one of these had a meaning, sorry for the noise there, and a theme. And for Batman Begins, the theme is fear, which makes sense. And so, the Scarecrow represents that. And I really think we needed more Scarecrow, frankly. And until Heath Ledger came along and until Heath Ledger's Joker, I was actually kind of disappointed at first when I heard he wasn't going to return as like a real main villain in the second one, because he was so good and fun to watch. And he's such a good actor that it's like he can just do anything. And I love the way he plays off of Batman, and the way there's like this weird kind of like, and a lot of the villains I think are like this in this universe, but he kind of has this weird admiration for Batman in a way. And like, that's why it'd be interesting to see an enemy to lovers with them, which I'd never thought of before, because there is this weird kind of thing with them, this push pull, especially with the Scarecrow. Is I think there's a part of him that kind of wants to be working with Batman in this weird sort of way, especially in the second one. I think
Yeah, I
you see
was
that in
just
the
gonna
beginning.
say, yeah, when he's like, "We were helping you,"
Yeah.
and he kind of looks offended that Batman isn't pleased with him. Like, hi, bestie.
Yep.
No,
Exactly.
what cracks me up is like he's like, I don't need any help, and like Scarecrow's just like, not my diagnosis. Goofy dubs.
I love your interpretation of Scarecrow.
I know. Yeah, he's great. And this is not a villain that you really saw explored in any of the other Batman universes. So I think that's another reason why the character is so special, because this is really your main interpretation you've seen. And it's so good and sexy. Yes, like we've all said. I mean, everybody already knows black hair just is my absolute weakness. All I had to do was like have a lot more eyeliner on, and I just I would have melted in my seat. I love Susie. Susie and I have the same thing. It's like just melt away. But yeah, he's so good. He's just so dang good. One of the best villains ever in a comic book movie. He deserves his own movie. I will say. Especially when I was rewatching, I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot how dang good he is, because I hadn't seen these movies in quite a while. And I'm like, yes, he is so flippin' good. But yeah, he's incredible. So for time's sake, we're gonna end there with Batman Begins. I know there are other villains we didn't talk about. We didn't talk about the mob, but that's boring. Frankly, I think it's kind of boring. I don't know. Sorry, everyone, if you really wanted to hear us talk about Falcone and all that crap.
The
I
mob
don't
thing is
care.
only for like really hardcore fans. I don't think we need to like really go into it too much.
Yeah,
Just,
no.
the mob was
No.
there and they did their thing.
Yes. And,
Mob bad.
yeah, and
Batman
I didn't
good.
really care about Liam Neeson, to be frank. So we don't need to. We mentioned it before when we talked about the training montages. So, okay, so let's move into The Dark Knight, which is considered by many, and we'll get at the end, we're going to rank these. So it'll be in the second part if you're just listening to the podcast episode. But this is considered to be, by some, a masterpiece of a film. It's considered by some to be the best Batman movie ever made. It's considered by some to be, of course, the best in the series. We're going to get into how this film helped change the rules of the Academy. Honestly, this is the film that helped change that rule in the Academy. So we're going to talk about that. But first, we're going to talk about where we find Batman, and of course, we're going to talk about Joker. We're saving that for last because we have to devote extra time, a little bit extra time to that, I think, because of Heath. But let's talk about where we find Batman now and Bruce Wayne now, Carla.
Well, at this point, at the end of the first film, Gordon has pointed him towards this rando who leaves a calling card, and it's the Joker, which was fascinating, by the way, that, because it leaves so much speculation in the air as you're leaving the theater after watching the first one of, oh, I wonder who they're going to cast as the Joker. I can't wait to see who it's going to be. Like, the Joker's my favorite. Oh, I don't like the Joker. Whatever your feelings on the Joker are, it just leaves you really excited for the sequel. And here's the sequel, and Batman is in a place where he's in a good rhythm, like he's doing his Batman thing and Bruce is doing his Bruce thing, playing the airheaded, billionaire playboy, and now he's also kind of he's pining after Rachel, but doesn't really own up to it. He's kind of like secretly pining for her, and um, so it's of all of the points in Bruce Wayne slash Batman's existence, this is the highest point for him, really, because he still has hope. He's things are working out. Like it's difficult, and anytime that you start weeding out bad guys, more bad guys will come in to try and kind of take over and try to one up you more, which is exactly what Gordon had hinted at the end of the first movie, that anytime that you raise the stakes, the bad guys will raise the stakes to keep up. Um, and I really think that because he is kind of coasting on his success, this is where he underestimates the Joker. He underestimates him a lot, and he's still very much in that Ra's al Ghul mentality where he thinks he knows everything. He thinks that he's like 5 steps ahead of everybody else.
Sorry, we've
And
got a bot in here, so block that
oh,
number. Okay, sorry.
it's okay. Right. So he thinks that he's gonna get the Joker eventually. He treats him as like as a side thing. It's like, oh, no big deal. I'll get to him eventually. He's completely underestimating him. And it's when he has an exchange with Alfred where he tells Alfred the thing that Ra's al Ghul told him, that criminals are very simple. You just have to get to what they want, and then you can just get them. He thinks that that's all it's going to be. He thinks, I've got this under control. And Alfred then tells him the story about how, well, there's one guy that we went after this one time, and he was just after chaos. And even though he kind of listens to what Alfred is saying, it still like misses him, because it's not until like towards the end of the movie that he's like, right, the chaos, that's this whole thing. It's like, yes, if you had been paying attention all along, you would have seen this. But he's busy um, making these appearances and trying to kind of still get Rachel's attention, even though Rachel is now with Harvey Dent. So it's an interesting time to be the Bat Fellow.
The Bat Fellow. Yes.
The Bat Fellow.
Just gonna briefly
That is the
show
English
Mal.
version.
The Bat Fellow. The Bat Fellow.
The Bat Fellow.
So this is from Mal. I think this is more referencing our Dexter live streams. Does your friend in the back need the fan? Tune into our Dexter.
The friend in the back will take what he's dished. Okay.
Yes, he's fine right now. This is in reference to me having people on my bed back there. I'm assuming that's what this is in reference to. That comes up all the time on our Dexter episodes. Okay, so Susie, your thoughts on where Batman and Bruce Wayne are right now?
So I think The Dark Knight probably takes place maybe like a year after the first movie. Probably, maybe. That's how I always thought. That's how I always thought of the timeline as in my head, at least. Because
I thought it was the 3.
Oh,
3 years.
Well, 3 years. Oh, see, because
it was 3 years between the first movie's release and the second, and it just felt to me like it was about like roughly that same time in the Nolan universe.
Oh, see, my personal thought process is that I always thought it was like a year after the first one in movieverse, because I think Alfred tells him, "Hey, you can swap from when Wayne Manor is rebuilt, you can not sleep there instead of not sleeping in the penthouse." And in my head, I'm always like, oh, so they're still like building the manor, so probably a year. Again, I don't have like a good idea how long construction for stuff takes, so this was my best guess personally. And since
me neither, I'm just going with scale. It's like small house.
That would make
long.
Sense. As someone who's worked in real estate, that would take a long time.
Yeah, I feel like a house of
You'd
that
run into issues with weather. You'd run
would
into
take a
issues with
manner.
permits. You run into issues
The
with
damn contractors.
yes, yes. Oh man, contractors are
No
just
disrespect to contractors.
yes, no disrespect, but I mean,
Wait,
you
he's
think
gotta take
Batman has trouble with Scarecrow and the Joker?
Try
Nothing
picking out
compared to
tiling
his-
for the kitchen. Like in that case, for picking like wallpaper and tiling and floors, do you think Bruce did it himself, or did he just tell Alfred like make the house however you want to do it? However you like it, sweetie, is gonna be great. I'll just be over here doing vigilante stuff. You take care of the house.
Doing vigilante stuff.
Like Alfred has like a whole Pinterest thing set up. Like, okay, this is what the sitting room is gonna look like. The drawing room, the antiquities room, the stuff, the room of things that Bruce buys but never does anything with.
The room.
Because you know he has to keep up that Playboy persona of just like buying dumb things and
Yes.
being like, what is this statue? The Venus? I'll take it. Sir, it's not for sale. I don't care. Give it to me.
His secret Beanie Baby
The
collection.
secret Beanie Baby. I found it. It's a strawberry bear. It's mine.
Sorry, I don't know where that came from, but
A bit of more to this. The mug collection for all his teas.
oh yeah, because he drinks so much tea.
Yep.
He has one with himself on it too.
Yeah.
It's-
He has a Batman mug and he's just like
yeah, he's like, I'm being very clever with this one.
he takes it into Wayne Enterprise one day when he has to go in and he's like, oh, this? It's my mug. I'm a Batman fan.
Wink.
Pay me no mind. My very powerful friend. So he refers to himself. And that just kills me. Like, dang, you really just all right. It's just but
Muted.
like
You're muted, Carla. If you're trying to it's the
But it's-
Batman Bruce Wayne fanfic we never knew wanted.
so that reminds me of like a headcanon someone once made where like the reason why he protects his identity as Bruce Wayne is because he made up the rumor that he's dating Batman. And he's like, that's why we're never in the same place at once. You know, we're always off doing things together. That's why we're so close and we look so much alike because we're dating each other.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's
But-
so funny. Anyway,
Aaron does not like that one.
Yeah, I'm like, that's interesting. Carla's like, you don't have to say. Mal loves that. Other people. Carla's like, Aaron doesn't like this idea.
this is what I find. This is what I find when I can't sleep at night and I'm on Tumblr just endlessly scrolling. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Anyway, but it is interesting to see how he has become like a little bit like his, let's say it's a year, 3 years. It's been some time, we'll say that, since the first one, since his kind of debut into society as Batman. And you see him, he does have a little bit more experience, but the thing that like what's interesting about his interactions with Joker is that he really underestimates him because in his head no one can be that unhinged, and in reality the Joker is kind of a little bit more of a secondary problem because what we see in this movie is that his main focus is kind of more geared towards getting the mob bosses like jailed up, and that's kind of like he's working with Gordon. He's like, I gave you these bills so you know where they're taking the money, like these are the banks that they're going to hit and this is what they're going to do. And only when the Joker kind of escalates more, then does he realize like, oh crap, I need to take him like seriously because he's not gonna let up. And even like I think even Alfred kind of knows how like serious of a threat he is when he tells him the story about the thief that he came across in Burma, and he's like, this guy was just robbing things. And because some men just want to see the world burn. And it is kind of like, yeah, because this guy, he's just like I think they even say it in the movie, he's a dog chasing cars. So it is interesting to see him kind of try to like level up and even do things that kind of become really questionable, like when he starts hacking everyone's phones in Gotham to try to get a lock on Joker. And even Lucius tells him, like, if you're gonna do this, I can't. Like, this isn't a complete invasion of people's privacy, and this is not okay, and you're going completely over the line. And even Bruce is like, all right, if you want to have me with this, great. If this is your last straw, that's fine. I need to get this guy. And it is that thing of him being an unstoppable force trying to meet an what is it, immovable object, and
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
thing where it's like he's the Rock and Joker is just like running at him full speed,
Yes.
and he's trying to like just gear himself up and be ready to like take the hit and like stop him however he can non-lethally, which in most ways kind of the thing with Batman's non-lethality is that most times it often works against him, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You see that very evident in
The
the
lesson
film.
learned is if you can kill, kill. Just
Yeah.
kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Practically.
Totally kidding.
Whoa, hot takes with Aaron
It was-
tonight.
It was self-defense.
If you're gonna be a vigilante, be Dexter. Don't be Batman.
Yeah, he's
I'm kidding.
like be a Jason Todd.
Jason, yeah.
Yeah, like spoiler alert, Joker killing Rachel is kind of almost very similar to the Jason Todd storyline where one of his Robins gets seemingly killed by the Joker, and Batman still continues to be like, I'm not gonna kill myself because that's not right. And you're reading this or watching this, if you've watched one of the animated movies, and you're like, dude, this guy has already proven that he can't be saved. You can't do anything. Like, he is like the epitome of evil. And you're just like, nah, I'm gonna deal with this like non-lethally. And you're like, that's not like, I know that's what you want to do, but that's not in this case, man. You just gotta neutralize the threats and like ugh. And that's like one of my issues with the whole like Batman Joker thing. I'm like, you could he's right there. You could just it's done. One hit KO. No, okay, fine. Ugh, we're gonna drag this on out till the end of time. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think I have much to add. See, this is just going to keep happening. I, I think Batman is very cocky. That's Batman's downfall. A lot of times, I think, is his cockiness. He's very sure that he understands the criminal underworld. He thinks he understands it, and Joker totally upends everything he thought he understood because Joker doesn't care about money. Joker doesn't care about any of that stuff. Joker just cares about chaos. And I mean, Joker burns a whole stack of money. I mean, Joker is not in it for that. That's not what he's about. And so I think for Batman, I think that's why Joker has always been sort of the huge arch nemesis of Batman, because Joker is someone that I think it's really hard for Batman to figure out. And so in this one, you've got Batman is so sure of himself and thinks he knows what he's doing, and everything gets put into question in this. And it kind of throws it into what happens in the final film, where he's really lost in grief. And plus, in the beginning of this, he's very self-assured. I think there's a part of him that, even though he doesn't outright say it, I think there's a part of him that always thinks he's going to end up with Rachel. And Rachel very obviously is in love with Harvey Dent in this movie. And I think for this goes to cockiness again. And it's the cockiness of Bruce Wayne is he's like, oh, well, I can get any girl I want. And Rachel's always been in love with me and I've always been in love with her. So it'll just take some time and she'll eventually be with me. And he doesn't realize until the third one that he lost her a long time ago and he lost that right to her. And so I think for him, it's the rich boy syndrome thing where he's like, well, I can get anything I want. So I'll eventually get her. So he's just kind of, I like him, but he's very cocky. He's very, I can do whatever I want to do. And I'm the Batman. And he very much plays into his hero image. Which is why I think it would be funny if he did have a mug that did have Batman on it. I could actually see him doing it. It's that same kind of thing. Even though there are times when he's, like the dinner party scene, and he's talking about, well, anyone who would dress up in that costume, has to be a little bit crazy, kind of thing. Um, so he does those things, but I think I think even that plays into the cockiness there, and I think what Joker does is kind of just knock him down about 20,000 pegs. And that's sort of to Joker's role as far as how he affects the rest of Batman through the rest of this trilogy. So it's just very interesting watching. And I think, as always, Christian Bale gives 110,000%. So I think he's having a ton of fun doing this. So I think it's interesting to watch that and to watch him really be completely immersed in this role. So I think it's great. And then Susie, Mal wants you to send them more of those with Batman secretly or Bruce Wayne secretly dating Batman.
Yeah, if I come across any like weird headcanons, I'll send them to you, Mal. Don't worry.
Good supernatural call out there. With pen lands directly in gun barrel. I am Batman. Good call out there, Mal. That's one of my favorite scenes in Supernatural. Is that one? Okay, so in this movie, Rachel is recast, and she is now played by Maggie Gyllenhaal, the older sister of Jake Gyllenhaal. In another thankless role, but she is in here and she's dating Harvey Dent, the district attorney. And she knows, of course, who Bruce Wayne really is. She knows who Batman is, all that stuff. And she ends up being murdered by the Joker for man pain, really. There's no other reason that she dies. So what do you think about Rachel, Carla? Is she still just as useless as she was in the first one?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's okay. Maggie Gyllenhaal really elevates the role. I think she makes her more three-dimensional because Katie Holmes, um, as much as I liked Rachel just fine in the first movie, I thought, she seems like a nice girl. She seems like she knows what she wants and she wants to do good things for the city. She knows Bruce and she's not afraid to talk to him as somebody who knows him and is not um intimidated by by his status or by anything about him. But Maggie Gyllenhaal has more of a sarcastic edge to her interpretation of Rachel Dawes, and I really appreciated that because it gave the role more teeth, which I think was something that was lacking in the first movie with Katie Holmes's performance. And the recasting, from what I understand, is because Katie Holmes at the time wanted to explore other roles, and so she wasn't going to come back. It wasn't anything acrimonious or uh, difference of artistic differences or anything. It's just she wanted to explore other stuff, and Maggie Gyllenhaal stepped up. And like you said, it's a thankless role because really Rachel is inconsequential other than being the romantic focus for now two men. That's where she gets her, her expanded role. It's like now it's two men vying for her attention. And in all of this, Harvey Dent is completely ignorant to the fact that there is something between Rachel and Bruce. And yeah, I mean, it's just really sad that this character is even there, but it just for um for the sake of a heteronormative pairing where she's inconsequential to the story on the whole. Because again, she could have not been in it at all and it would have been the same result. Um, there were other ways to drive Harvey Dent into, the choices that he made eventually, um, that didn't involve killing off a woman. But that's, yeah, here we are in storytelling in uh big media. That's usually what you get, women as
Mhm.
vapid catalysts. But like I said, Maggie Gyllenhaal, I think, did more with the role than Katie Holmes did, even though there wasn't much to it. And her death just really made me mad more than anything. It made me, you know, in the story, if you're getting lost in it like I did, you do feel sad for her and for Harvey and for Bruce. But yeah, like outside of it, it's just sad that here we go again with more man pain.
Yep. Yep. And Susie.
I am never gonna be happy that women are killed for just to bring pain to men or just to like become this figure to be put on a pedestal by men, because both Harvey and Bruce do this to her. They put her on this pedestal, and it's like, ugh. And okay, this is an odd question. Has anyone ever thought about like the HR nightmare that this relationship would be? Because Harvey is Rachel's boss
That's very true.
and he's
That's very
dating
true.
her.
Yeah.
There is a very like power imbalance. Like
That's
even
a good
if
point.
he lost the coin toss, would she
Yeah.
still have been allowed to say no, or would he have just kept hounding her until she'd been like, "Fine, I'll go on a date with you"? Like it's just that always just kind of bugged me. Even like wait, like he's her boss, right? And like from what the
Mhm.
sense that I get is that she's been in Gotham a lot longer than he has,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and she was already working her way up to DA. Why wasn't she DA? Why wasn't she like the DA before him?
She be a woman. She
Uh,
be a woman.
it just she people. It's just like uh, and also the whole okay, so in the comics, the way that Harvey Dent becomes Two-Face is that at a mob boss trial, they throw acid on
Yeah.
him as like retaliation. You could have done this instead of the dumb gun scene. And like then have him be like, I believed in the system, now the system has failed. Or like something dumb and like have it show his thing to Two Face, other than just like killing off a woman for man pain. Like what in the dickens? Like yeah, we see her get like a little bit more like character, like she's a little bit more sassy, and this one again with the whole sassy thing. But it's true, she's a little bit more like in your faceness when she talks to the Joker, and she's like, okay, enough, you're not going to start hurting people in here, what do you want, like what's your deal? And it's just like she's such oh she's so like her character is just so like wasted in these films. Like let's even forget about the romantic aspect. Like why even have a romantic aspect at all? Why not just make her like an adoptive sister to Bruce, whose family is there for him after his parents' death, along with Alfred, and instead of like the endless training montages, maybe we get like a little bit more of like seeing what she's doing in Gotham, how she's like rising up in the lawyer ranks, and instead of her being like have this weird like Harvey Dent Bruce and her love triangle, maybe have it be like, hey bro, so like I'm dating this DA. What do you think about him? And he's like, I don't know, man. He seems like a little bit weird, but if you like him, I'll suss him out and see what's up. and then maybe have the whole thing where like he intimidates Harvey and like, are you gonna treat my adoptive sister right? Because if not, I'm gonna have my powerful friend mess you up, or like
My
something,
powerful
and
boyfriend.
just having her just be like, oh Bruce, don't be silly, or something like. There, like
Yeah.
so many more better things could have been done with her character other than just killing her off for man pain. It all just makes me so mad and disappointed and just ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, and it wasn't just for Harvey Dent's man pain. It wasn't just to turn Harvey Dent into Two-Face. It was also to motivate everything that happens with Bruce Wayne and Batman, especially in The Dark Knight Rises. So it's not, it's just for a lot of man pain. And as far as like turning Harvey Dent into Two-Face, which frankly didn't even need to be in this movie either. I will be frank. We're going to get to him in a second, but frankly didn't need to be in here. Um, and I love Aaron Eckhart. I think he's a very underappreciated actor, but still didn't need to be in it. But you could have easily had, it would have been interesting if you were going to have Rachel in here because Maggie Gyllenhaal is a really great actress and really gifted and very talented and very interesting to watch. And we could have shown her dealing with watching this man she loves be turned into this evil villain. And that would question everything she believes in too. So that would have been a very interesting thing. And if you would have just had her be friends with Bruce, turning to Bruce as a friend, and then having to deal with the fact that Batman is trying to get her boyfriend, that kind of thing, and having to deal with that friendship and testing that friendship and the loyalty and seeing where maybe she goes and does she become bad or does she not, or what happens with her, and just more stuff like that would have been really more interesting to see. And Maggie Gyllenhaal definitely could have handled that. So instead, it always kind of surprises me every time I see Maggie Gyllenhaal in this movie, because I think of her as not doing roles like this that are so thankless. And so it's just kind of sad. And, eh, um, and once again, she has zilch chemistry with Christian Bale too. I don't know what it is with the women they cast, except for sort of Catwoman. But except the women that they cast in this movie like don't really have very good chemistry with him, and it's not Christian Bale's
Well,
fault, I don't think.
no, what I think the lack of chemistry is because I think it's because of where Batman is in his life, where Bruce Wayne is in his life, that
Yeah.
he's not really he wants to keep Rachel by his side as an option, not because he's ready to exercise that option, but because he doesn't want to let go of the opportunity. And
Yeah.
like he's kind of surprised that she finds somebody else, because it's like, what, I'm right here. But it to me it just kind of highlights his how self-involved and conceited he is, that he really thinks that, oh well, she's going to wait around for me, right? I mean, like, she told me that once I'm done with Batman stuff that she'll be there. So there doesn't really need to be chemistry. There just needs to be like a relationship and a possession.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It just bothers me because I think to even have any kind of rooting thing for them to be romantic in any way, because I think you're supposed to kind of decide who you want her to be with too. And so to me, if there's no chemistry there, I don't care. And
Yeah, but I
frankly,
think
she doesn't
that's
have chemistry with Harvey Dent either, I want to say, frankly. And I
no.
think that just goes to her being thinly written, but
No, I agreed. It is because it is in part because she's a thinly written character, but I just really think that this is what happens when you give so little thought to the women that you're writing and putting on screen.
Mhm.
That like, the reason she exists is to fill another quota. So you have the black guy in Morgan Freeman, and you have the woman in Rachel Dawes, whichever actress plays her in the moment. Um, it's that very heteronormative thought of, we have to have a romantic pairing for this guy because you can't have a big tough macho character without him wanting to put it in somebody.
Yeah.
It's like, if there's nobody for him to lust after, then is he really a man? And it's just that toxic masculinity, that heteronormative thinking of this is what it has to be a tough, desirable dude.
Yeah, no, that's very true. Very good point. So, very briefly, because I mean, I don't have very much to say about this character, but we already sort of talked about Harvey Dent a little bit, and who eventually becomes Two-Face. Very briefly, really, and then
Yeah,
just dies.
he's a
So
blip.
it's like barely in this. So,
He's a
what do you
blip.
think of
Yeah.
Harvey?
Well, this is yet another one of those. In every single one of these Nolan movies, you can pick a character that you could disappear and shrink the
Yep.
movie down to a more digestible length. And in this movie, it's definitely Harvey Dent. You don't really need to have Two-Face in order to put into play the machinations that the Joker does. You don't really need um, to have this extraneous, in the triangle of good guys where you have Gordon, Dent, and Batman. You don't really actually need Dent. It's just because he's supposed to be the person that Gotham is rooting for as their golden boy and whatever. They honestly could have transferred all of those qualities to the mayor, played by Nestor Carbonell, who with his pointy eyelashes could have really made
I
a
love Nestor.
swoon. Me too. He's beautiful, and he would have really, I think, stepped into that expanded role better than trying to shoehorn in another really cool comic bad guy. And I think that's what it is. That they just, they're like, okay, we don't know if we're going to be able to have like just crank out more of these films, but we really like Two-Face. We don't like him enough to give him his own movie. So let's just like, put in a bunch of scenes with him here. He could have been gone. Rachel could have been gone. We would have gotten a more condensed movie that I think would have worked better, or at least just as well, and fewer numb butts, because that's one thing I don't like about long movies is the numb butt feeling. I don't enjoy it.
Meanwhile, my all-time favorite movie is over 3 hours long. So anyway, so, Susie, your thoughts on Harvey?
I think that one thing that the Nolan movies have working against them is that they try to do like almost like three villains. So like the main baddie, the second, like maybe not as big of a threat, but still kind of a threat, and then just kind of like a smattering other baddies or just like a lesser baddie.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's yeah, I agree with Carla. Like you could cut Harvey out of this movie and you could save yourself like maybe an hour of runtime because it's not. And I think part of that also might have to do with the fact that like Two-Face isn't a great like cinematic villain. Not
Yeah.
even when he was in the Joel Schumacher movies, he wasn't even that great. Sorry, Tommy Lee. I mean, he was only really great in that film because he had Jim Carrey to play off of, but even then, like Jim Carrey outshone him in the end. And in the animated series, he's only kind of good because you can dedicate various episodes to him. That's not like and not try to condense all his story into like a 2-hour film. It's I feel like again this is also my bias speaking, but I feel like maybe you could have worked in more Scarecrow, just saying. Or maybe just like do the unspeakable and focus on one baddie. Like, oh my god, how
Yeah,
crazy would that be? Right? Like instead of
it's
being
true.
like the mob, Ra's al Ghul, and Scarecrow, just focus on Scarecrow. And instead of being like Joker, Two-Face, and the mob, focus on Joker. And in the third one, like Bane, Catwoman, and Talia. Maybe just focus on like the little tete-a-tete with Catwoman or like something. Or
Mhm.
I just think that's one of the things that like these movies really suffer with is that like they have like one main villain and then all the other villains are kind of like thinly like it's just kind of like it's like a surface like a creme brulee, like if you
Yeah.
crack it you're not going to find a gooey center. It's just going to be like air and it's like I mean,
Yeah.
no offense, Aaron, but just we could get rid of your character and saved ourselves an hour of runtime. Just saying.
Thanks a lot. I'm just kidding because you said Aaron. I was just playing along.
Oh no, sorry, Aaron.
No, I know
Apologies,
what you meant.
Aaron.
No, it is Aaron. It is. I just had to say that because you said you could get rid of Aaron and it'd be fine. Well, thanks a lot, Susie. But yeah, no, I did that, and I really think Harvey Dent is the most boring character. Two-Face is boring. I just don't care about Two-Face. Never did. So I just kind of was like, why do we have Two-Face even in this? It's like you said, to just be taken out. And really, when you have such a dynamic villain like the Joker, and especially the way the Joker is played in this movie, having any more villains is pointless unless there are people that are assisting the Joker that aren't going to have a backstory anyway, because it's just pointless. It's like, you have this filet mignon there, and then you're trying to, put in some spam. I no offense to spam lovers. I've actually never had spam in my life, but but you know me, I only like rich orphans. So
It could be like you're having like quality, like authentic Mexican tacos, and then someone brings you Taco Bell. You're like, I'm not gonna get your hard shell tacos out of my face. I don't want these.
Thank you. And
Unless
thank you
you're drunk
specifically
at
for
3
talking
o'clock.
about hard shell tacos, which are
They're an abomination.
Thank you. I was
They're
like, word. They're a scourge in taco
upon
land.
this earth.
I do not acknowledge them. them.
No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you better be. And no, I'm not joking. Hard shell tacos are not tacos.
They are not tacos. Listen, just to like run off on a mini tangent. I had a friend one time tell me like, "Oh, we're having tacos. Do you want some?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she served me hard shell tacos, and I was like, "What is this? What is this?"
Yes, this is. In case anybody's just joining, this is like the Mexican sidebar section where we are like telling the truth about hard shell quote unquote tacos. They're not tacos.
I had tacos today. They
Were
were
they hard
not
shell because
hard.
they were not
No,
okay.
they were not hard
Yeah.
shell. So, but Mal wants Taco Bell now, so I don't know what you're going for, succeed.
Mal, we're doing this wrong then. If you end up wanting Taco Bell, we're doing this wrong. Susie, we're going to lose our Mexican certification.
No.
I had the best. There is a restaurant right up here that they only serve pozole on Fridays and Saturdays, and they do like all these other mix-ins that you could put in there, and it's like this. Oh, it's the best. Anyway, so if you didn't already get tangent, you got tangent now. But yeah, Harvey Dent is the Taco Bell. We'll call him the Taco Bell Taco of villains. The crunchy Taco Bell taco of villains with the mild
spit
sauce.
on you.
No, he's not
mild
even
sauce.
crunch anymore. He's sogged up in the bag, and you're like, "Oh, not even a hard shell taco anymore." It's a pitiful
Hard shell
excuse.
tacos. Yes, like
He's a
Mal
hard
said.
shell of his former self.
Like Mal said.
Yeah. So true, so great.
Yes. Okay. Well, like I said, this film, even though it Panda's getting hungry. We should start offering food with her. I don't know how we would do that. Hey, I still have my Reese's candy. I can throw it to you again. Okay, anyway. But like I said, this helped change the Academy rules after the 2008 Academy Awards. They changed it to where you could have up to 10, which will never happen because of the way they do it. You will never get 10 nominees. But they changed it mainly because people were outraged that The Dark Knight was not nominated for Best Picture. And of course, it wasn't nominated for Best Picture because this is not a film the Academy would embrace. I mean, they of course nominated Heath Ledger, and Heath Ledger won, but there is a case to be made, sadly, that that might not have happened if Heath Ledger had been alive. Um, you're welcome, Panda. um, but because of that, the Academy decided they would change their rules so that they said, under the guise that they were going to give more opportunities for genre films to get into Best Picture. Has this happened? No. I mean, except for Black Panther, this really hasn't happened. I mean, it's still the same. And hey, I love indie films. That's my jam. I'm an Oscar person. I love the Oscars, as problematic as they are. I still love them because I'm a film geek. But this didn't change things. They just kind of did it as a guise, which is the way that institution works all the time. It's like, here we're throwing in this token stuff, but we're not going to give, the awards that we said we would give. Anyway, sorry. I'm thinking back to this past last year's Academy Awards. So Carla, what do you think about the fact that they did change the rules because of this? And would you have wanted this to have been nominated for Best Picture?
I don't really remember what the field was like at that point, but I definitely think that in general, genre work is not afforded the same amount of credibility that other genres are allowed. It's if it's something that's sci-fi or fantasy or action like this, it's kind of treated as just popcorn fare and as not actual work. When in fact it is work, and it is legitimate artistic expression, and it's a legitimate um these performances are they're performances. There's somebody's blood, sweat, and tears going into them. So, and it's the same thing with television. Television also doesn't recognize genre work, which is ridiculous. Some of the best acting that I've seen has been in movies like Batman and in shows like Supernatural. So, no, the Academy has not lived up to what it says, but that's not surprising because all they do is flap their gums about things that they're not going to really take seriously.
Mhm. Yeah, Susie.
Yeah. The Academy does things where it's like it's a nice gesture, but there's no follow through. And they're like, we're just to get this out there to look good, but there's not really there's no substance beneath it. There's no real change. And I didn't know that this had changed. That this film brought about this kind of change, and I think it is really interesting. And I think it is good to have that kind of change rule because within genre work there are really there are good stories that are told, and they're good stories that can be told if we give these stories their time in the light, and have people have more exposure to them and respect certain artistic styles and appreciate them more, and understand and we get to see different stories and get to hear different things. And it just but it's the Academy itself just is as fun as the Oscars are, and as fun it is to speculate and watch them. They are overall kind of like in a way very disappointing, and not just them, all kinds of award shows that say they're about making things more diverse and being more open-minded, and in reality the same kind of group of people keep winning and there's not really any change. And it's really disappointing to see that because there are great talents and great performances and great work done out there that oftentimes most people unfortunately don't really get to see or enjoy for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean the other genre that gets overlooked all the time is horror. I mean, Silence of the Lambs won, but the reason it won is they kept classifying it as a thriller, and it's not a thriller, it's a horror movie. I mean, it just is. I'm actually do not like Silence of the Lambs. I've been very vocal about that in this podcast before. I'm not a fan at all of that movie, but that's a horror movie, plain and simple. But the only way they got away with that was by saying it was a thriller. And even though thrillers are also genre films, they're more respected than horror. And there's been some of the best performances I've ever seen in horror movies. I mean, Barry Watson and Boogeyman comes to mind. I haven't mentioned that in forever. I'm dead serious about that, but yes, but but other ones too. I mean, there are some great, amazing performances in horror films that will never ever get the respect they deserve. So it is that same kind of thing. So it's like I remember when this happened and it was kind of exciting because it was like, okay, maybe this is going to open it up a little bit, and it just hasn't really. I mean, some films you could make the argument that there are some films that wouldn't have got nominated if there hadn't been a wider field, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's changed anything. It just means that they're letting other things in. So yeah, it's still, I mean, still there's only been 2 women that have ever won Best Director ever. And there's only been a few women that have ever been nominated for Best Director. So it's like, it's just they just give you little breadcrumbs. And I mean, we will be talking about the Oscars again this year and coming up in March. And we're gonna, for the first time ever, we're gonna talk about the Emmys in September because we've never talked about that. So we'll be talking about the Emmys because oh yeah, I mean the Golden Globes, famously are not going to be televised this year because NBC is refusing to televise them because of their lack of diversity. And they were given an ultimatum to change that, and the lack of diversity in the people that vote on it and decide is what I'm talking about mainly. And they didn't change it, so they decided not to do that. So the thinking is probably because the Golden Globes, the reason people watch the Golden Globes, because the Golden Globes are kind of ridiculous, is because they're really entertaining, because you just watch celebrities get drunk and be funny. That's why people watch them. And now that they're not going to be watched, I was listening to a podcast where someone predicted this will be the last time the Golden Globes ever even happen, period, is this year. But it's the more pressure you put on it, the Academy, the look of the Academy needs to change too. It's a lot of old white people and they're trying to, but it's still, yeah, but really not fair, but don't know too much about it, Panda. Yeah, it's I'm an Oscar geek. One of the I used to be, when IMDb used to have message boards, which it was a very sad day when they took those away. And they used to have something called Oscar Buzz. I think that's what it was called, something like that. And I used to be heavily involved in that. I'm still Facebook friends with people from there. So that was like one of my first internet things that was fandom related, was that. So that's how much of a geek I am. And I used to put together my own nominees and stuff. So yeah. And I think I did nominate this one in my own personal nominees. It wasn't my favorite film of that year, but I loved it. I watched it a lot in the theater. Same with Batman Begins. Not the same with The Dark Knight Rises. So spoilers there. Okay, so let's get into this is the last for this first part. We're still going to be live though, people watching us on the live stream for the final one. But let's get into the Joker, played by Heath Ledger, who of course passed away sadly. And this is sort of his legacy, even though I argue a lot of other roles are also part of his legacy, of course, too. But I want to talk about this. I wanted to save a chunk of time to talk about this performance and Heath Ledger in this. And we're going to be talking about 10 Things I Hate About You later this year, too, just to let you know. So we're going to talk about him again. Go back and listen to our Brokeback Mountain episode, because we also talked about Heath in that as well. If Ishelle's still watching, she was on that one. So your thoughts, Carla, on the Joker and Heath Ledger's portrayal of the Joker?
It was a stunning portrayal. It was similar to what I said earlier about Christian Bale in these movies and the tone that Nolan wanted to set for this universe. Heath Ledger filled this role so perfectly because it was so dark and so incredibly scary. Um, he was scary because he was so human. Like, yes, he is so just out there. He's so out there, but he still feels very grounded as a human being, as somebody that you might encounter living your regular life. And honestly, that, in anything, that's what makes anything scary. Anything that you feel like you might actually come across in real life is terrifying. Mr. Freeze in the earlier Batman films, not scary, because when are you going to run into Arnold Schwarzenegger dressed in ice?
Well,
Probably not. I don't know what circles you run in. However, in my life,
rich
it's
orphan
not going to happen.
circles.
Yes, Aaron also doesn't care about ice cold orphans. Let's not forget. Because they're probably poor. If they weren't poor, they could afford heating.
I'm a horrible person.
But yeah, there's something just so terrifyingly normal about him, even though he is painted to be so out of the norm. And also, there's a lot to be said in how film talks about mental illness, because they do bring up the fact that this guy is mentally ill. I don't know how many times they talk about this directly, that this guy is, that there's something quote unquote wrong with him, and how that makes him impossible to rehabilitate and everything. And it's like, have you even tried? But all in all, Heath Ledger's performance is legendary because it does feel so accessible, as a person. And he's tricky, but he does things in a way that in his mind are fair. He puts these things in people's control, like the scene with the boats and the triggers. It's like, okay, um by midnight you have to decide whether you're going to blow up the other boat or not, and everybody decides we're not doing it, and it doesn't happen, and he's so mad because he fully expected at least one side to cave. And frankly, I think a lot of the audience did too. If you're sitting in the audience, you're fully expecting one side or the other to just, pop in that switch and blast off the other boat. Um, so again, like, that's part of that humanizing thing. It's that we have so little faith in humanity. We have so little faith in people like the Joker, um, that we're the villains in this. We're the terrifying ones in this. Um, and Heath Ledger, he put so much into this performance, and you can really see it and feel it, and it's amazing. It's amazing, and I really think he should have been nominated regardless of whether or not he passed away. Like, he really, damn it, again, he made this performance so out of this world that I think that to not recognize it would have been just absolutely absurd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Susie.
Yeah. When I first heard of his casting, I was really skeptical about it because when it always comes to like live action Jokers, I'm more used to seeing like more of a campy version, like more of a not as serious. And I knew Heath Ledger from his previous roles, like in Brokeback Mountain and Knight's Tale and 10 Things I Hate About You, and I didn't know like how well he would do this role, like initially. And when I saw the movie, I remember being really surprised, pleasantly so, because he did a great job of bringing this like unhinged madman to life. Because like even like for a moment you forget that it's Heath. Like you
Mm-hmm.
forget that it's him, and you just see this being of like chaos and destruction who's determined to bring out like the worst in people and just cause as much destruction as he can, and he does it so gleefully as well too, like with no remorse and no regret. And even with the fairy scene, like and even he shows that he's not really content to leave things up to people, because he also has like certain expectations that kind of have to be met, like even for himself, because when he sees that fairies don't blow each other up, he's like, "Fine, I brought along a plan B," and he pulls out like a second detonator, and he's like, I'm gonna make them blow up the other way." And it's also kind of like this thing where you see that he's all, "Oh, I just want to see people tear each other to pieces. But if they don't tear each other to pieces, I'm gonna do it anyway because I want to see it." And it's just, like, he's so horrible, and like, regardless of Heath passing or not, like Carl said, his performance as a Joker is really good because it is a more like serious, grounded, just like unhinged. Like, he's just determined to do whatever he wants and it cause as many or as little damage along the way. Mainly more damage, it would seem. But I really applaud Heath for that because he took this cartoonish character and he made him like an actual threat, not only to Batman but to like the world around him. And that's it's really one of the best Joker performances, and I don't think any Joker after that has really like even come close, because it's in a way it's kind of terrifying because you're like, oh my god. And it's Heath Ledger just did, like, he did great, and he should really be like respected and applauded for that because it really shows his strength and dimension as an actor.
Yeah, yeah. And I remember when the news came that he was cast, same with Susie, I was very like, Heath Ledger? Why would you cast Heath Ledger as the Joker? To me, it just seemed so weird. And at the time, then I forgot to mention this before, I helped run a Batman Begins fan website. That's how much I loved these movies, and Christian Bale in them. And I remember all of us on the website were like, why? But we kept going, okay, well, Christopher Nolan has done well pretty much for the most part so far with casting. We're going to trust that he did this, but there was still that question going in. And I loved Heath Ledger. I still think he should have won for his, uh-oh, we lost Carla. Well, hopefully we'll get Carla back. But and we did, we got her back. And she's back. So we lost Carla for 2 seconds. Oh, her connection was being okay. Hi, Carla, you're back. But anyway, but the second he comes on and the second you see him, it's totally different. It's like all your doubts, go out the window from the very first moment he comes on. And there's so much physically that Heath Ledger does in this role that is pretty outstanding and amazing. I mean, I talked about it on Twitter when I was rewatching last weekend, just the way the hospital scene when he's in the hospital, when Harvey Dent and he's got the nurse's outfit on, and just the things he does in there, like even when he's walking the halls, like he does this little moment where he gets hand sanitizer, and it's just this brief little moment. It shouldn't mean anything, but the way Heath does that, he's still doing it like the Joker would if the Joker was to put hand sanitizer on. The way he walks out of the building is the most terrifying and unsettling walk I've ever seen a villain do, honestly, because it's just this weird walk, but it fits the character. The way he's always like, the way he does his tongue and his mouth, and the way his like makeup is always askew and it's never perfect, and it's because he's askew. It fits his character. The relationship he has with Batman is interesting to watch because he's, he doesn't want to kill Batman. And I really believe that when he said that he doesn't want to kill Batman. He wants to, Batman is fun for him. I think he has a lot of fun toying with Batman, playing with Batman, seeing what buttons he can push. I think there's even a part of him that's like ooh, I wonder if I push the right button if Batman will cross that line and actually kill me. And I think that's somewhat of his goal in this weird way, is to see where he can, how far he can push him, and he almost does. And so it's such a dynamic performance and so incredible. And I do think Jack Nicholson was great as the Joker, but that's a totally different, more cartoonish villain than this. This is a villain that could exist. This is a villain that you could actually envision. And a lot of that is in Heath's performance. And Heath was such an amazing actor anyway. Like I was going to say with Brokeback, I think he should have won for Brokeback, frankly. Philip Seymour Hoffman was brilliant in Capote, but Heath Ledger was so incredible in Brokeback Mountain. So that's the thing, is he has a legacy of a lot of roles where he gives so much of himself, even in 10 Things I Hate About You, which isn't like this, like, I love the movie. I've seen it tons of times, but it's not like, Shakespeare or something, but he gives everything to it anyway. And that's just who he was as an actor. And while I love this performance and I think it's great and wonderful, the one thing I wish hadn't happened when it came to this and his death is people blaming this role for his death, which to me trivializes who he was as a human being. I think it's very callous and cold for his family, um, for his daughter. I don't think that's, we don't know. We didn't know him as a person. Only his family and friends knew who he was and what he was going through. And to say that it's because he let this role get into his head, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, because that does, but to say that's why he died is really cold, I think, and just plays into our celebrity fixated culture. And so I kind of wish this wasn't the role that is so, even though I understand having to be associated with him because he's great and brilliant and wonderful and it's an amazing, incredible performance, but at the same time, using it as like saying this is what happened and because he got into this, and that whole meme that would go around with Jack Nicholson, I warned him not, that whole thing, it's just gross and icky, and it plays into the whole TMZ and that kind of crap, and it's disrespectful. And I wish we would just view this is part of his legacy, because he was an incredibly, incredibly gifted actor who to me, he's in the same arena as River Phoenix, in how I just can't even imagine what they would have done at this point in their careers. I mean, River Phoenix was so incredibly talented. And I remember where I was when River Phoenix died. Same thing with Heath Ledger. I remember being at work and hearing that and thinking, no, that wasn't true, that didn't really happen. And being so shocked, because you don't always think about when young people die, younger people, I think it's always a lot more shocking. And it's so sad not to know what other stuff they could have done. And it's heartbreaking for his young daughter. That's the most heartbreaking part of all of it, of course. But yeah, he deserved the award regardless of why it was given. He deserved that award. And it was just breathtaking. I do, want to say briefly on that comment about mental health. It's interesting to me because in the movie The Joker with Joaquin Phoenix, which we talked about on our mental illness portrayals, which actually I do think Joaquin Phoenix was breathtaking and outstanding in that role. I do want to say that he was incredible. That was a totally different Joker. Even though people like to compare them, I think they're totally different. But I have major issues with the film The Joker because of the way it handles mental illness. Because that film to me is not about superheroes. It's not about this world. It's about watching a mentally ill person. And there's no other counterpoint of people that are actually getting help and getting okay. And yes, it's supposed to be also an attack on the healthcare system, but it just kind of misses the point. Sorry to get on a tangent there, but because I think what you're saying, Carla, is interesting, because I do think when we've been talking about it, it'd be interesting sometime to talk about the Batman films in general and the Arkham Asylum and talk about how they treat mental illness in these films, because they don't treat it very well. but for some reason it doesn't bother me as much in this one with the Joker, and I think it's because the other one is so visceral in its violence and in the fact that you're in this person for over 2 hours, you're just with this person, and the performance is so visceral, and some scenes in there, I remember when they ended in both, my sister and I, like, let out a sigh, like, "Oh my god, thank God that's over." So, I think that's where the difference is for me, but I totally get that and see that because I do think they don't overall handle mental illness very well in this franchise at all, in any of them. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was said about Heath right after it happened. That was the big thing, Panda, was they talked a lot about how this was why, because of this role is why he ended up, you know, and it's just sick and wrong, and I hate it. So, because he needs to be known for much more than that, like the fact that he was one of the most talented actors ever around. So may he rest in peace. And yeah, so we are still staying here live, but I just want to say we're ending part. Sorry, go ahead, Carla.
Well, okay, just one more thing, because are you finally getting off the couch?
Oh, okay. We have a
Can you
special appearance.
please put down the marshmallows, man? Like, I'm not buying you anymore. I'm done. My marshmallow budget has been exceeded. Okay, so now you're okay. Just give him 1 second, please, because Jesus
Okay.
Christ, everything has to be
He's
on
a
its own
diva.
time. Ugh, such.
Oh my God.
Hello.
Hi, Christian. Hi. Thank you for stopping by.
Hello. Yes, it is, of course, my pleasure and yours.
And
I am
yours.
so happy to be here, talking about myself and my wonderful performance in my films about the Batman. I would be delighted to give you a sample of my voice work for the Batman.
Yes, please.
I am Christian Bale, and I played the Batman in not one, not two, but 3 films. I was so good in this role, even if I do say so myself. Okay, that was just hurting my vocal cords. I have to stop. I can't.
Well, thank you so much, Christian Bale. We really appreciate you stopping by.
Yes, of course.
You're trying to drink
Yes, that was delicious.
Yes, and
That was delicious.
and I really appreciate you taking time away from your marshmallows to say hello to us and to honor us.
Oh, of course. She complains too much about the marshmallows because she's like, "Oh, don't eat all my marshmallows," and then she buys me more, and then she tries to put them in creative places so that I have to hunt for them. I have to hunt for them throughout the house. I got the marshmallow hunting bunny. Are they in her ottoman today? No, they're not. Are they in the box under the printer? No, they're not. But that's quite all right. It is a good hobby to have, and I appreciate her for keeping me busy so much of my time.
Yeah, but I have to say, your family must be missing you. I mean, you're staying in Florida this whole time.
Well, they're here too. It's all right.
Oh, they are there too.
Yes, they
Oh,
are.
Your wife
Yes.
and your kids are there?
Everybody's here. I think that's why Carla complains so much, because my whole family is here. And if I have to be honest, it's really my wife who eats most of the marshmallows. I take the fall for her.
Ooh,
Because
blaming
I'm a
your
good
wife?
husband. Shh, Aaron, shh, Aaron.
Susie, look, Susie.
Aaron, listen, we're not going to talk about blaming my wife for things that I may or may not have done. We don't need to talk about that.
Oh, Christian. Okay, I'm sorry. We will not talk about that again.
All right. Well, now Carla's beckoning me back
Okay.
over because she wants to talk again. You know how she is, so blah, blah, blah.
Well, thank you, Christian. My God.
Did I tell you about this man?
Man, you have to live with his not only him, but you've taken in his whole family.
You know, you do what you gotta. You do what you gotta. I couldn't let this man spend the holidays without his fam. So
Wow, you're so generous.
I know.
So mark off Carla Christian Bale impression. That was amazing. Well, thank you. And thank you, Christian. I'm sure we will be hearing from you on our other
You're
episodes.
welcome.
Go back to your marshmallows. It's the weirdest thing. The marshmallows things kills me the most. Okay, well, that's the end of part 1. We are still continuing on the live stream. So part 2, which I'll record all this stuff later, blah, blah, blah. So I want to check and see how my panelists are doing. Okay.
Awake and alive, my friend.
I keep forgetting it's Saturday because I keep thinking because I had yesterday off and then I have tomorrow off and then I have Monday off. And I'm like,
We get it, Erin. You have PTO.
And so I'm thinking today is Sunday. So I'm really glad it's not. Anyway, sorry, just a little side note there. I'm just bragging. It's really what I'm doing. Me and the rich orphans. Okay. Okay, so now we are going to get into the final entry in the Dark Knight trilogy and Nolan's trilogy, The Dark Knight Rises. I will say I will do trigger warnings eventually when we get to talking about the theater shooting, because I don't think you can talk about this movie and not talk about that, frankly, especially since 2 of my panelists, including me, one of them me, are in Colorado. So, so we will get to that last as far as with the Dark Knight Rises stuff, but I will say trigger warnings before we start talking about that. Okay, so where do we find Batman and Bruce Wayne now, Carla?
In the East Wing of Wayne Manor. Oh, you meant more than just geographically. Okay, well.
That works too, but
if you're talking about like overall stuff, he's sad. He has a sad. He has many a sad.
he's just bad.
Yes, he's in a bad place. I mean, Rachel's been dead for 10 years, but he still hasn't moved on. Mostly because he hasn't left his house, which is just kind of gross. I mean, like it's a huge house, so it's not like most of us when we get like, into a depression spell and we have, like maybe 2 rooms and a kitchen and a bathroom. And if you're lucky, you might have a foyer or something. He has like a whole wing of a massive mansion. I honestly, I'm like, okay, look, man. All right, I get it. It's depressing and sad and stuff, but you're at the same time you have a whole wing and a butler and staff like me and a lot of people. If we want to eat, we have to cook for ourselves, and sometimes it's just not going to happen. So just eat your Wheaties is what I'm saying. Like
Eat your Wheaties.
Eat your Wheaties and see a qualified medical professional for your physical ailments, because you have the money. I have an HMO. Like my sympathy for you is extremely limited, Bruce Wayne. Like if I had your money, I wouldn't need an HMO and I could actually get proper care. But that's not the point. We're talking about Bruce Wayne and about Batman. We're not talking about the American healthcare system and how if you're a billionaire, you can probably do better for yourself. He's beating himself up over Rachel's death. He's beating himself up over Harvey and how he could have done better and done more. And it's like, no, he given the circumstances of what things were at that point in time, he did what he could. And he took on all of these bad attributes that would have gone to Harvey otherwise, because it's what the city needed, because he's always looking out for the city. The city may not really recognize that, especially because his Batman persona has been tainted by the deaths that Harvey Dent actually caused, and his own persona is tainted by these rumors of like this recluse in a giant mansion. So it's kind of when he meets Selena Kyle, it's just it is kind of a meet cute.
Very much so meet cute.
Yeah, because it has all the elements of a meet cute. It's like, oh, cute girl like steals pearls out from under his nose, and he's just like delighted by it. He's frankly just absolutely a light in the idea that somebody is this clever and this good at foiling all of these mechanisms that he has in place to keep himself safe. Um, so he's in a very dark place, and to the point where he's pushing Albert away, the person who has been by his side his entire life without question and without ever giving up on him. And it's not because Albert gives up on him even at this point. It's more that Albert, oh my god,
I was
Alfred,
just gonna
jeez.
say, I was like, wait a minute, is she saying Alfred or does she say
No. I know, like, my accent comes out more
you know
sometimes than others, but even then, it's like Alfred and Albert are kind of hard to,
you know
but that's
what's
just
funny
me.
though? When I was doing the outline, I originally accidentally put Albert, and I was like, "What am I talking about? That's not Albert." So
Alfred, go back and just re-edit all of my here. I'll give you like a blank one so you can just insert it into every time that I said
it'll
Albert.
sound so natural.
Okay, ready? Ready goes. Alfred. Just put it in there, just plug it in every single time. Anyway, so Alfred gets sick not of taking care of him, not of kind of indulging all of his whims, but of watching him let himself die. Um and it's understandable, and I think it's commendable of Alfred to finally put a stop to this and say, I'm not going to enable you anymore, because I think that that's like a really hard thing to do as somebody who cares about somebody else, especially somebody as a caretaker, to put a stop to things and be like, no, enough is enough. I'm not going to help you see yourself to the drain. um and I think that Bruce really needed that to get out of this mental space where he was, and I really do think that, as you know, as much as my sense of justice was riled up at the fact that he's letting Selena Kyle get away with his mother's pearls, it was also yeah, I was like, how dare he? They were his mother's, like whatever. But it really did help him get out of this funk and out of this spiral that he was in, having um some fresh air in the form of somebody coming in and really screwing with his sense of um of order actually did him good. So that's kind of where we find ourselves at the beginning, is him needing somebody to give him a little push.
Yeah, he's a smitten kitten.
Oh my god, you nerd! I love you so much.
Susie.
Um, yeah. Well, where we find Bruce is that he has very much like fully just disappeared into his grief. He has not only become a cryptid for the criminal underbelly as Batman, but he has become a cryptid for Gotham as well. To the point where they're like, "Oh, he's a recluse. He's got like 10-foot nails and mason jars full of pee."
Mm-hmm.
And because no one's seen him in years, he's probably like a weird, scraggly creature now, just roaming the halls of Wayne Manor. Like I can easily see like the Gotham upper class just like telling these stories, like over tennis or whatever, and just I don't know what rich people do, and just, and just being like he roams the halls and lets out plaintive wails. Why did he disappear? We don't know. And like
Upper tennis.
even the persona of like how Carla said, he's been tainted by like all the deaths that Harvey has committed, and he's even been blamed for Harvey's own death.
Mm-hmm.
And a part of like that also makes Jim's characters really interesting is that he really wants to tell the truth and be like, Harvey Dent is Two-Face, but he also doesn't want to taint this image of a person that's become such a big like symbol for good in Gotham, and he's like fighting this, and even Bruce is just like fully just like go and be like, just play me for whatever. I like he doesn't care anymore. And it seems like he's done with everything. And what's really like interesting about Selena's arrival is that she is like a breath of fresh air to him. She is not afraid to challenge him. He tells her like, "Oh, that's safe as like uncrackable." And she goes, "Oops, no one told me that because I'm the best. Just gonna take your mother's pearls and skippity doo out of here." And even Alfred is like, "Why didn't you stop her? She took your mother's pearls." She seems like a nice lady, but she stole your mother's pearls. And even Bruce is like, "You want to set me up with a jewel thief, with a cat thief, and like cat burglar?" And again, this is Alfred not wanting to like enable his recluseness anymore. He's like, "At least if it means that you're gonna get out of this house and live, even if it means you start dating a thief, at least it's gonna get you out of this goddamn dusty mansion and do something." And he was like, "Ugh." And it like even Lucius is like, "Dude, you need to like, you don't even need to date this woman. Just like talk to her." He's like, "Oh, you want to set me up with her too? Like, we just want you to have a life. We want you to like just not be like so gone in your own like pity and grief, and to just like pull yourself back up." Like Carla said, like this man has all the money in the world. He can he can probably do like some weird experimental surgery to get his cartilage back, because even at some point the doctor tells him like, "You have no cartilage in your knees. They're gone." Like he could get some cow cartilage injected in there or something. I don't know how bones work. I'm not a doctor. Or just like do
Cow
something.
cartilage.
I don't know, something.
I'll ask my sister if that's a thing.
Yeah. Or just like this man is, and again this lends to like his whole like out of touchness as a rich person. Because even when Robin tells him like, "Oh yeah, I used to live in an orphanage that was funded by the Wayne Foundation, but we were completely abandoned by you." And he's even like, "Did we fund a foundation?" And they're like, "Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
but you have no money because you're a recluse, and you've been a recluse for 8 years, and you just ignored everything else." It's like, "Ah, well, that sucks." And it's like, again, you could have like even like maybe he could have dealt with his grief by putting more into the city, making up grants, like make up the Rachel Dawes lawyer
Yeah,
grant
that's
or
a good
something.
idea.
Like,
There
or
are
his
two
promise-
those people, Grant. Yes.
yeah. a Harvey Dent scholarship, maybe not. We'll think about that one. But still, like this man could have done so much more. And he was just like, again, whiny rich boy. He was just like, "I'm just gonna go shut myself in my room because I don't want to talk to anyone." Like Batman is the ultimate emo, and it has never been more evident than in this film. He's
It's
just like,
true.
"No, no." Like also something that I think is really funny about live action Batman is that he deliberately has to draw in the black circles around his eyes. And I just wonder how that decision came around. Like, did he just wear it and was like, "Oh no, I can't do this"? Does he just do circles around the eyes, or does he do like a full strip? Is it waterproof makeup? Like, I need to know.
He should be doing CoverGirl ads or something.
Yeah, does he just go to like
Just Batman.
Sephora or Ulta and is like, "Give me the best like waterproof, like fight-proof eyeliner"? Did he have Lucius make one for him? It's like, "Oh, this is great, Mr. Wayne. You know what you could do? You could sell this as eyeliner." And he's like, "You're a genius, Lucius. Do it."
I'm just imagining the ads. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl.
Easy, breezy, beautiful cover bat. Just Like endorsed by Bruce Wayne himself, a product of Wayne Enterprises, the Batliner. Oh, I wonder where that came from.
Oh my
One of the
gosh.
shades is called "Does This Come in Black?"
That's hilarious.
um,
Yeah.
but it's like that's just something that I really like about Selena's appearance in this film is that she's not afraid to call him out on stuff. She's like, "You and your rich friends are gonna suffer, and it's gonna be. We're all just gonna enjoy to see you guys fall from grace." Or when she's like, "I'm not sorry you lost your fortune, but I'll say I am because that's a humanly thing to do."
Yep.
Or like, "You given yourself enough, like everyone tells him, you've given enough to the city, man. Like you don't need to give them any more." Like it's told repeatedly throughout all the films. And he's like, "No, I'm emo. Like no one understands my pain."
Yeah.
Oh, this man.
I really need to see this makeup line now. They need to get on this. Get on this one. Uh, yeah, I mean, he like I said, he's he's so like he tries not to be selfish and self-absorbed, but he's so self-absorbed. He's just Mal's back. He's just this very like, oh, woe is me. I'm just a sad, poor little rich boy who lost the girl I was really never going to have. He could name that foundation the Man Pain Lawyer Foundation.
The Wayne Man Pain, and it rhymes, which is even better.
Yes,
that's just
true.
that's just good marketing.
The Wayne Pain.
The Wayne Pain. The Wayne Pain. But and I forgot to tell you what the theme of The Dark Knight was chaos, and then the theme for this one is pain, which makes sense. So that's the theme. And yeah, he's a recluse. He's got the whole Howard Hughes thing, Howard Hughes thing going on of like, I'm gonna lock myself away, and rich eccentric guy and all that. And Selena doesn't give a crap about that and is like, whatever, dude, you're so full of shit. I mean, really, that's the way she's always been with him, and that's why I love them together. And I think it's the first time ever through the whole trilogy when you see him interact with her the first time that something else in Bruce Wayne comes alive that wasn't alive before, something
Hey,
yeah, exactly. Something down south comes alive. Wait,
Is that a battering in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
his very powerful friend wants to come out to play.
yeah. I'm just picturing like what was that what movie was that where they had sex the first time and they were like destroying things, like crushing things with their what was that?
Buffy?
Yes, Buffy. Picturing like a Buffy and Spike type sex scene with these two.
Yes. If this film hadn't had to keep up a certain rating, yes.
Yes. I mean, really, seriously. So I think it's the first time you see that. It's the first time that you see chemistry with Christian Bale and a woman on screen, because there is this sort of electricity with them first. And you have to have that. When you have Catwoman in any movie with Batman, you have to have that electricity there because it's always there. And she does awaken something in him. And it's the first time he's kind of like, okay, maybe I shouldn't be a recluse anymore. And he's very attracted to her, and he starts investigating her, and he's attracted to her in a way that he's trying not to acknowledge that he's attracted to her, because she represents a lot of the stuff that he's supposed to be fighting. But at the same time, she's like doing it more in this way where he doesn't really care that she's stealing his mother's pearls. He's like, oh, good for you. You're clever. like I said, he's smitten. He's a smitten kitten, and he's feeling something that he hasn't felt in a while, and he's very aroused and very turned on by her, I think. But not just because of her, how she looks. I don't think it's anything to do with that. It's more how clever she is and how bright she is, and I think that's very attractive to him. And that's why I think through all the Batman movies, through all the Batman stories, the only person I've ever liked Batman with is Catwoman, because every other woman is so boring in comparison, and she is more on his same level. So I think that's why they definitely are a great match. So and we'll get to her here in just a second. I'm going to show just Mal's comment here. So Mal says they were hospitalized soon after this movie and had to have an oxygen mask on. And they were told, and they told everyone they felt like Bane. And they also had just read The Fault in Our Stars and felt like that girl. And yeah, I can see that with the Bane thing. Yes, because that is another very interesting voice change, not change, but choice is what I was trying to come up with. Sorry. But before we get to Bane, which we're going to get to Bane here in a minute, but let's get to Catwoman, played by Anne Hathaway. And so, what do you think of Catwoman, Carla?
Okay, I love Anne Hathaway. I love her. And of all of the roles that she's done, this is one of my favorites. I think that she's like very versatile. I think that she's just a phenomenal actor. She can do just so much. And I think that people often kind of put her down because they just don't like that she's I don't know. I think that there's something about putting down actresses in general that's just kind of gross, because oftentimes it doesn't have anything to do with their talent, but it is to do with um, this feeling that somebody who is a woman and is doing a really good job at something is phony. Okay, I have a lot of feelings about Anne Hathaway, put it that way. But I thought that she was great in this role. She brought that playfulness that you need to have when you're Catwoman. Because if you're Catwoman and you're either just straight up sexy or just straight up vile, it's not you're not fulfilling the role. Catwoman is funny and playful. She is Batman's rival not just because she is on the opposite side of him, but because she can go to toe with him on every level. So it makes her a fascinating character, and I think Anne Hathaway did a great job um, playing Selena Kyle and playing Catwoman. Just the history of Catwoman, I just absolutely love. Everybody from Eartha Kitt and Halle Berry and now Anne Hathaway in this film have been fantastic. Michelle Pfeiffer, of course, who is
That's the best to me. But
that's one of the best Catwoman portrayals ever. Um, but yeah, she really did a great job on this role, and there's so much that I want to say about her, and it's not really gelling in my mind the way that I want to phrase it. But think about this Nolan world and how dark he wants it to be, how gritty he wants it to be. And Anne Hathaway seems like a weird choice on its face. But then you watch her in the role and she fits everything so perfectly that I really think that any doubts about her are quick to go away. Even just in that first part of the film where she's just the maid and she's just dropping off the stuff to Mr. Wayne, and she's just being curious and looking around and, oh, look at all this cool stuff. And then Bruce comes out and confronts her. shoots the arrow and and startles her. I mean, like that's really like big way to startle somebody is to, like shoot an arrow like an inch away from their face. Like, okay, I get it. You're not happy that I'm here. Like there are better ways to call somebody's attention to that.
It was
Um,
Cupid's arrow.
It reminded me very much of that scene in like Beauty and the Beast when he's like, "What are you doing in the West Wing?" But like
Yes.
more subtle, you know? You're being like, "Oh, I came to
Well, I
see
don't know
her.
about more
I mean,
subtle when
him."
he like almost take her nose away.
Well, I mean, other than him being like, "What are you doing here? Why are you?"
I'm sorry, but I'm just like laughing at the fact that if she had like moved just like an inch closer, there would be no
True.
Catwoman to talk about right now.
He's that cocky with his aim. He's like, "I'm just gonna
Oh,
shoot
yeah.
it off like an inch, and I'm gonna scare her." Like, could you imagine if he
Yes.
missed? He was like, "Ah, shoot, no."
Sir, mission accomplished. But even with that, she goes from like this dual-eyed, like scared little girl to suddenly like knowing, cunning thief. And then in a twitch of an eyebrow. And I'm sorry, I don't care how you feel about Anne Hathaway. If that didn't completely win you over for her as Catwoman, then just, I don't know, go watch a cartoon or something. She's phenomenal. And I love Catwoman in general. Like I definitely one of my favorite characters in the Batman world.
Go watch a cartoon. Though I'm
Go watch some
learning
Looney
something-
Tunes.
I'm learning something new. I did not realize the passion that Carla had for Anne Hathaway. I did not know this.
I love Anne Hathaway so much, okay? Like everybody stop bragging on my girl. She's amazing.
She did carry the Academy Awards that one time she had to host.
Oh my god, I'm so mad on her
I felt
behalf for
so
that.
bad for her.
Oh my god.
That was one of the
I
worst
already
shows ever.
I already hated James Franco, but that made me just
I felt so bad for her.
Yes.
That was just awful. So, Susie, do you have passionate feelings for Anne Hathaway too?
I would say they're not as passionate as Carla's, but let me just say this: out of like kind of all like the DC anti-heroes, because that's what Catwoman is. She's an anti-hero. She is one of my top favorites because she's just so like cunning and just smart, and she's also like seductive and ingenious and witty, and again, out of his many romances, his romance with Catwoman is one of my favorites. It's it, oh, it's just so good. And also, when I heard that Anne Hathaway was cast as Catwoman, I was a little bit apprehensive, but I always am when it comes to like DC stuff. Whenever I hear casting for any like DC project, I'm always like, okay, I didn't see this initially, but I'm willing to give it a shot, you know. And some people show me that they do amazing, like Anne, and some people show me that they shouldn't have gone within 10 feet of the project, aka Jared Leto. I've been going to get into that. But it's just she's so good in this movie because she's able to get like introduce kind of Catwoman to like a new generation of people. And I think that's really great. And she's able to show how strong she is, how smart she is, how cunning she is, how kind of like ingenious she is. Like I think like it's amazing that she thought to put knives, like serrated knives on her boots and use those as weapons. Like I love how like her outfit isn't necessarily screaming cat, but you can see the influences, like how her goggles like perch up and kind of turn into cat ears almost, and how they just like do that cool like clicky thing and they come down. And she's smarter than people give her credit for. I mean, even Batman is like, "So this is how you drive my motorcycle?" She's like, "I got it," and just pulls off like all these fabulous moves on this motorbike, like she's been driving it all her life. And you're like, "Yes, Anne, you do this. Love you for it. Yes, Queen." And again, she's able to shift her character so well. Like she got like when she first meets Bruce and she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Wayne." Like, "Oh, no one told me the safe and crackable, sir." And again, you see him like it's like that meme where it's like, "Oh, I'm a little afraid but aroused. Like, what is this?" And it's like It's so good. And even then when she meets with another like minor villain character, she she's like, "Oh, I brought him along because I like someone to open doors for me." And even when she betrays this councilman, he even like is still in love with her and is like, "Could you call me later?" Like the power this woman has. Yes. And she even leaves and she's like, "Oh my god, a guy is bleeding." And she's like in tears and a mess. And then she walks away like, "Okay, let me just go to my next appointment and let me do my nefarious things somewhere else." And she's, oh my god. I'll take it back. Yeah, I do have the same ardent passion for her because she's just so good. And I love you love seeing her go toe to toe with Batman. And because again, she's not afraid to call him out on his bull. And she's not like, and like she's straightforward with what she says to him. She's like, "Oh yeah, you don't have any money, so you're not a mark anymore." Or like, "Oh, there's a storm coming and you're gonna get wrecked." And she's not afraid to like continuously keep stealing from this man because deep down she knows he's not gonna do anything. Like she even steals his car and leaves him to walk home, and she's like, "I'm just gonna keep going. You do what you do." And like then, but you also see her like her vulnerable side or like her more caring side, like when she saves that kid from when she saves this kid from muggers, she beats them up for him, but then again she also shows her like her own little like sassy touch when she bites the apple, like she bites an apple before giving it back to the kid, and she's like, never, she even gives him advice. She goes, "Never steal from someone who can outrun you," or something, like never steal from anyone bigger than you or something if you can't get away safely. And she even has a friend that she takes care of and makes sure that she's safe. And and I feel like there's kind of like a protege situation going on here because you kind of feel like she's kind of teaching her the ropes on how to like steal from people, which is great. And oh, she's just so fun in this universe, and you're like, "Yes, queen, you do it. You steal from these men. You yes, love it. You show them what for."
I think back into that scene where that guy is like, "Oh, don't those heels hurt?" And then she kicks him with the heels, and she's like, "I don't know,
Yeah.
does it?"
He's like, "I don't know, you tell me." And she's like, "Ah," and you're like, "Yes."
I really did not know we had such passion for Anne Hathaway on this podcast.
Like she shows people, don't underestimate me because it's gonna go bad for you.
Yeah, well, and I will say, Catwoman I probably like more than Batman, and Catwoman is probably my favorite DC character, honestly. I love Catwoman a lot, so I'm very picky about Catwoman portrayals. I will say when I heard the casting news, I was very, very ho-hum about this. I had no hopes. No offense to my Anne Hathaway lovers on here. And it's not anything against her. I like her. I think
Well, full offense taken.
I think you should go watch the movie if you haven't already, especially Anne Hathaway fans. Rachel's getting married. You should watch that movie. She's absolutely amazing in that. She was in an episode of that show Modern Love, and she plays a woman with bipolar, and she does an amazing job in that too. So just shouting out those two roles. So I think she's a really, really gifted actress. I just didn't see this, and I think it's because I'm very picky about who plays this role. And for me, no one, and she doesn't, sorry, she doesn't top Michelle Pfeiffer for me. No one will top Michelle Pfeiffer for me. That was the Catwoman that I grew up with as a kid. And I just thought Michelle Pfeiffer owns this role. So even though I love Anne Hathaway in this role, she doesn't beat Michelle Pfeiffer for me. I'm sorry. She just doesn't. But I do think she's really great in this role. I do think she should have been given more, though. I do think it's still thinly written. As good as she is, I think it's still a thinly written character for Catwoman. I think, it's an iconic character, and I think you should give her a lot more of a storyline than she had. But I love the storyline that she did have. Her banter and the way she played with Batman and Bruce Wayne was perfect because that's the way that character is. That's why I ship them. I mean, that's one of my favorite ships is the two of them together. They're just perfect. They're just absolutely perfect. That's why I cannot see Batman or Bruce Wayne with anybody else except for Catwoman for me. That's just the only person Batman should ever be with is Catwoman. They just have such a great rivalry, and the way Bruce Wayne and Batman respects Catwoman, and the reason he's so attracted to her is because she calls him on his bullshit, because she's so strong and capable, because she doesn't need him to rescue her. You know, she doesn't need that. She doesn't need him to teach her how to ride a motorcycle. She doesn't need him to teach her how to fight. She doesn't need him to save her. You know, she's very capable to protect her and save herself. And I think that's very attractive to him. And so I think that's one of the reasons he likes her so much. Instantly, immediately likes her. And the other thing that she does is in the end of the movie, she could have left and she doesn't leave and she comes back. And that also shows her character that, yes, she's an anti-hero, but like in a lot of ways, like Harley Quinn, she does have this heart to her and she does want to do good and she does want to help people. It's just she's picky about the people she's going to help. She's not just going to help everybody. And I love her and she's sexy, but I don't mean that in the fact that she's attractive. And yes, she wears the leather and yes, it's sexy and attractive, but she's just sexy in the way she carries herself and the confidence she has and the way she moves and the way she holds her body and the way she uses her sex appeal to disarm men. And but it's in this way where it doesn't feel cheap or like it's all about the man. It's about her and how she knows that that is a tool in her toolbox that she can use because men think with that brain more than they do their other brain. And so she knows that. And so she plays on that, but it's not in a way that makes her like, I don't know, like a trivial character or like she's just about her sexuality because she's not. And she's just powerful. And it's interesting in this one that she's never called Catwoman. That's never said ever in this, even though she is, but she's only referred to as the cat, but never Catwoman. And little trivia for my Anne Hathaway fans here. Anne Hathaway was more stoked to get this role than any role she ever got. She was so excited. And there's a little trivia I read in IMDb today about this, that her agent called her and she thought it was about her getting this role. And she's like, I'm Catwoman. And she's yelling it. And her agent had to calm her down and say, no, they want you to do this one screen test. No, you got the hosting job for the Academy Awards. So she was so excited for that, but she eventually, of course, got this role. So I think she's really, really good. I want to say I do think she's really, really good. It's just Michelle Pfeiffer will always be tops for me. But she's excellent in this. She owns it. I think this is the sexiest she's ever been on screen, too. I want to say that because you have to be very sexy in this role, too. So, and she does that. And I think she has really good chemistry with Bale. So I think they play off of each other really well. And I just wish they had her in it more. Honestly, that's my complaint is she's not in it enough, and I wish they had developed her a little bit more. Okay, so I want to say it's funny when I did this outline because I did not include Talia on here because I frankly had kind of forgotten about her until I rewatched it, even though she's so essential. And I rewatched it, I'm like, oh my gosh. So we're going to combine these two. And I feel bad. This is the only one of the series that I had not watched more than once until this time. This was my second time ever watching it. There are reasons for that other than I think it's the worst in the series. It also has to do with the thing we'll talk about in a little bit. But so Carla, what are your thoughts on Bane and Talia? We can talk about both of them.
You know what? I don't blame you for having forgotten about Talia because I did too. And I've watched this movie more than once before this rewatch, and I'm like, right, this lady is in this too. And like Marion Cotillard she's really great, but she is so forgettable in this movie. I think because Bane looms so large, and so much of the movie is devoted to kind of pigeonholing her into the love interest role, where it's easy to forget about her as a uh, substantial character of consequence. And that's that's just because all of these movies kind of put women into this role of, like, you're here to be the romantic interest, and anything that you do beyond that is just extra, and you can thank us later for giving you more to do. So for her, a lot of the time is spent on Wayne kind of trying to um not woo her, but trying to keep her happy as an investor. And there is that kind of like, oh, will they, won't they thing a little bit throughout. But then when it's revealed that she's Talia al Ghul, suddenly she becomes more interesting, and only like marginally, honestly, because the whole Ra's al Ghul thing is just, oh god, they're bringing this crap back. Um, when they tell us early on that Bane is part of the League of Shadows and that he trained under Ra's al Ghul, and then he was even too extreme for him, and that tells you something. It's like, okay, sure, okay, whatever. All right, now you've instantly bored me by tying him into this character that I barely cared about in the first movie. But what made Bane stand out is, well, first of all, that voice, because it's hilarious. That, I mean, people made fun of the Christian Bale Batman voice, but the Bane voice, like with Tom Hardy, was even more ridiculous, because it's just like, it sounds like what a cartoon sounds like. It sounds like he went for what they wanted in a cartoon, where it's just it's really kind of over the top and a little bit silly. And I doesn't mean that it's still not creepy, because I think he's one of the scariest um characters in this whole trilogy, aside from the Joker. I He's just, I think it's in part because of the bulk of the man. He's such a big imposing character, and he sincerely does not give a crap about anything. He just shows up wanting to destroy Gotham. He can't be reasoned with. He thinks he's absolutely right. And because he's part of the League of Shadows, as Russell Gould explains it, calls civilizations from time to time. It's like, you have grown too corrupt, too unjust. We're going to take you down to the studs, and whoever survives survives, but most of you won't. And he takes us to an extreme, to like a very gory, scary extreme. And I don't like Bane. I There's a lot that I don't enjoy about this third movie because of Bane, but he's also fascinating, and he's also terrifying. And he and Talia together, because it gets revealed that, oh, Bane is not the person in charge here. It's actually Talia, and he's just basically a goon for her. Um, and that's, that whole idea that even Bane can be controlled by somebody. That even Bane has a boss, put it that way. That somebody's always answering to somebody above them. That there's always a hierarchy, and that somebody always has to sing for their supper. Um, it was very interesting to a point as far as the villains go. But again, they're trying to cram too many villains into one story. And the one saving grace with this movie is that Bane was interesting because he was so inscrutable, and that Catwoman is so fascinating, because other than that, it's just an okay flick. Although I will say that that football game is etched into my memory. Seeing Hines Ward playing one of the Gotham City's football players, running through that field, just getting that touchdown, not really noticing anything other than the fact that he's running and he's doing his job and he's doing great. He turns around, oh, where did the field go?
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's an amazing scene, and I don't care about any of the. That's not true. I do care about some of the other stuff that Bane did, but this was just like a visually stunning sequence, and I really appreciate the film for that because it was just great to watch.
Susie, your thoughts on Bane, and then Talia too, if you want to stop her. Even though I totally forgot, I still can't believe I forgot about her, but it does make sense.
There. So Italia very much occupies the same space for me as Rachel does. I feel like in the movies at
Yep.
their end, they're very much an afterthought, and they're just like, ah, crap, we need like a somewhat serious, maybe romantic interest. Who can we throw in? Let's make up a childhood romance for the first two, and then this is the end of the trilogy. Ra's al Ghul had a daughter, didn't he? Yeah, let's throw her in there. Last minute, because honestly, in their scenes together, there is no chemistry. They kiss like two pieces of Wonder Bread. There's nothing there. And it is very sad. Because, like, in outside of the Nolan verse, they have like this passionate love affair, those two, that results in Damian Wayne. And it's like, this is gonna result in nothing but disappointment. Like, that's all I'm getting from this pairing. Like,
It happens to every guy, everyone. Sorry.
oh, I know. But it's just like, who? And I'm sorry, like Marion Cotillard, she's very talented in other things, but in this one, I don't know what happened. Like, it's not.
This was just like a fat paycheck.
Yeah, she was just like, all right, DC, how much is what's on the paycheck? All right, give me that. I'm gonna show up on set. So I better have my cookies backstage, and I'm ready to go. I don't know. That's what I would ask for, either cookies or donuts. Like, can someone just have like a plate of donuts for me ready? All set.
Those are your demands when you become
Yeah.
high.
Those are my demands. Just donuts and cookies.
A specific kind of donut.
With sprinkles. That's my favorite flavor. Sprinkles. Any sprinkles? Fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like sprinkles. They're fun.
But I get the same feeling from Katie Holmes, Maggie Gyllenhaal, and Marion Cotillard that it's just like, okay, well, like it's good money. Like there's no real heart involved in in them for the project. It's just like, all right, well,
yeah, it's like,
got a superhero movie under my belt.
Like, when's my next role? All right, this will fill up time between now and then. This will pay for the extra grok in my Chipotle bowl. It's fine. But it's just like the Talia al Ghul character is so much more interesting in the comics, and in here it's just devoid of life. And you're like, what happened here, y'all? Like, why would you give me this? And let me tell you, Bane, who chose? What was the creative decision behind this voice? Who?
I don't know,
Was
Susie. Why don't you tell me?
Was Tom Hardy just like, yes? I can't even do it. I can't even do it. I can only do it if I go, you think darkness is your ally? This is the voice I'm using for the whole movie. Like, when did Arnold Schwarzenegger's, like, Mr. Freeze lend his voice to this film? What is this? I want to know. But like, I was even watching it like today to get ready, and I turned to my mom and I said, "Do you think that this is him doing the voice, or did they hire a voice actor to do this?" Because I could not I could not decide. I thought it was like a Darth Vader situation, like someone else came in to do the voice, and he was just like the physical part of the of the acting. Because what I think is even funnier is that like this has become a joke within the DC in of itself, because every subsequent appearance of Bane has had him do this voice. Like the animated version of Bane, the Lego version of Bane, like every other subsequent version after Bane where he pops up, he's doing this voice, and you're like, why would you do this?
That's funny.
And I'm a little miffed at the fact that they took away his luchador roots. like he has this badass like luchador mask, and he like roids up with this drug called venom that's like green and glows and everything, and like I don't know how you translate that into the Nolan verse, but that could have been cool. Or just give him like a fun, like badass luchador mask, which explains his fighting prowess and how he's able to like take the bat and slam him over his knee like a luchador move, and just be like ding ding done.
Yeah. Well, again, they could have just written out the woman character and really made this better. But that just to me proves extra hard how much Nolan does not care about women,
Yeah.
especially in this universe. It's like
Also,
women are there because we have to have them. Otherwise, somebody's going to complain about the lack of women. So we're just going to write one in. She's not going to make any sense, and we're not going to care about her. That's
also,
it.
I am very concerned about like I think they tried to work in a romance with these two, like him and Talia, because she says the only reason her dad kicked him out was because he loved her too much, and I'm like, hold on, is this a brotherly love, a
I
fatherly
thought of it
love?
as brotherly. I never thought of
I
it
was
as
because
romantic.
I was like, this is getting kind of because there was honestly more chemistry between those two than her and
There was,
Batman,
yeah,
and
Yes.
that's true.
I was like, what's this? Someone tell me.
That was always the impression that I got, though, that like they were trying to make it seem like they were like, pain.
Oh, see, I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all. I got it that maybe Bane was in love with her, but that she thought of him as disposable.
I
And she used to think of him as someone that helped her. And then when she got older and when she's in this time period, I think she's kind of just using him. That's what I got. Is that he was maybe in love with her, but she never had any romantic inkling towards him. That was
Because she's an Al Ghul and they don't
She's
care
an
about
alcohol. They
people
don't care about anything.
I don't know, that
except
was
each
Everything
just
other.
they
my
love
impression. I never
died in
got
that
that
prison.
she was like they were ever romantically involved, maybe that he might have carried a
Yeah,
torch for
I don't
her,
know.
but
I
never.
just like that. That seemed sus to me. Like I couldn't figure out what kind of like love it was, and I was just like, "This is odd." I don't. Mm. A weensy bit suspicious, my man. Like I don't. I don't know how to feel about
But I think again that goes back to the fact that in a heteronormative world, you just have two characters together. One is a woman, one is a man. It's assumed that they have some sort of romantic or sexual involvement, and that it's just lazy writing and directing to just have them be there and have the audience assume that and not even push for any semblance of chemistry, because the woman is secondary. Like she's not even like an actual thought anyway. We're just going to make it kind of like we can throw in there some aspect of either romance or sex, and that's good enough. Let's move on to a character who's more interesting and definitely male.
Yeah, and what I think is even greater to that is that the fact that there's more chemistry between those two. Like
Yeah.
you can see more chemistry between her and Bane than her and Batman, and you're like, well, what's the
Yeah,
deal then?
100%. Yeah.
Like in that case, just like either just cast a different actress in that case, because it's just
Like, doesn't matter. But that's the thing, is like it doesn't matter who they would have cast, because they don't care about the character. They didn't write her to care about her or to make her three-dimensional in any way. It's let's bring in anybody who fits our definition of a woman, and and I guess we'll give her some dialogue, because I guess we should.
you know, like I
Wait till
really
I
want
share
to know,
some trivia with you guys.
like I really want to
Ooh.
know
Yeah.
what like I haven't looked into this at all, but I'm really curious as to know why, like if Christopher Nolan has any passion towards the DC universe and or just writing characters well, because it doesn't. um, but just to end off my Bane tangent is that a fun fact. Um, the coat for Bane took a lot longer to make than the Batmobile because
Huh.
shearling coats were not in style when the designer was making this. So she had to source all the materials herself and make it herself. Whereas in some cases you could like buy a coat and then tailor it to the specifications. And the funny but sad part is that in the fall of that year that the movie came out, when they were GQ announced that shearling coats were in fashion, so that's when everyone started to sell them.
Oh,
And
that's
people
funny.
were like, "Oh, did you copy GQ because they said that coats were in fashion?" Like they asked the costume designer this, and she was like, "No,
No.
you copied us. I was working for years to get this coat made, and now you decide to say it's in style? Are you kidding me?"
Wow. That's an interesting fact. Yeah. Well, I'm here to defend Bane and his voice, apparently. Number one, you have to admit this is 100,000 times better than Bane in Batman and Robin. I mean,
Oh, well,
hello.
that's easy. That's fish in a barrel.
I actually like Bane's voice, and I liked it more the second time that I watched it today. And I knew that I was probably going to be alone in this, but I like it. It fits the character. I think it's menacing. I don't think it's silly. And I'm just going to say that I enjoyed it. I thought it added something. Another little trivia, Tom Hardy is shorter than Christian Bale and Gary Oldman. And so he had to wear lifts through this whole thing so that he could appear taller and more imposing. Good night, Panda. So just a little trivia I thought I'd throw out there. And he also is a huge Tom Hardy in real life is a huge Batman fan, and he said it was really at first very hard for him to beat up Batman because he only is beating up his childhood idol. So a little cute little story there. But
That's so adorable.
yeah, you know, I have many issues with this film. And I think Bane is an interesting character to also examine with the stuff that he's trying to say about, starting things over and, um, you know, um, leveling the playing field and getting rid of certain
Oh my god.
what?
In all of my blathering on about the voice and about Talia and everything, I completely forgot to say that Bane made a lot of good points.
Yeah, I think that's what I think so interesting about him is that there's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that you can, especially right, and I think even more so now than when the movie came out,
Yes.
just because of
He
everything going on
definitely
with the
had that
pandemic.
eat the rich the mentality. And
Yeah,
it's true. It's like there's
yeah,
no reason why, like that scene where all of these people are getting kicked out of their, like the semblance to the Fifth Avenue penthouses, like they're getting kicked
mhm.
out of these like fancy places. It's like, I'm sorry, I just don't have a lot of sympathy for you getting
Yeah,
kicked out in your mink
exactly.
coat with your tiny puppy when you've lived
Mhm.
a life of riches and you have not shared that wealth with anybody. And it's the same issue that I have with Bruce Wayne, that yeah, it's really easy to sit there and brood in your billionaire compound when a lot of the people living in the city don't even have access to um I was joking about my HMO, but yeah, like a lot of people don't have even access to proper healthcare that could
Yeah,
help them in any way. And you're sitting there whining in your mansion with your butler and your maids.
Yeah, even
yeah.
Catwoman brings this up to him, and she's like, "Oh, I guess you're broke now and you lost everything." And he's like, "No, they let me keep the mansion." And she even tells him, "Well, I guess the rich don't get poor like the rest of us."
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, and that's why I think Bane is an interesting character to look at from that standpoint, is that in a lot of respects you can agree with everything he's doing and everything he's saying. And especially now it seemed even more that way watching it in pandemic times, and how that's really, really shined a light on the disease in this country is capitalism. And that's a lot of what I think Bane is also talking about. And but there's a way to do it, and that's what this film is kind of critiquing, and is there's a way to take that down that would work in a way that wouldn't, and that kind of thing. um But I liked Bane and I liked the voice. I just wanted to defend the voice because I don't think it's as awful as everybody says it is. So I'm just going to defend that. I think Tom Hardy is really good in this. I like Tom Hardy. I'm a fan of Tom Hardy's, which I wasn't always. That was the one that kind of took me some time, but I like him. Plus, any person that is as big of a dog advocate as he is, and also a pit bull advocate, is always going to be and it's not the only reason, but it's a big reason that he gets an A+ from me. So I don't really have too much more to add. I just wanted to make sure to mention that it is an interesting parallel to the world we're in, and how it is an interesting question, and there is a part of you that can see exactly why he is doing this and can side with him. And yeah, I didn't feel any like sorrow for all these people getting kicked out. I didn't care. It was like you didn't really have that in there. And as far as Talia goes, a little trivia here: Nolan was determined to have Marianne Cotillard play this role. This was very hard to do. She was pregnant at the time when they did this, and he even changed the shooting schedule to make sure she could be in this movie. So that's why I thought it was funny, because I kept listening to everybody talking about that. I'm like, well, actually, this wasn't something necessarily that I think, if this was something Christopher Nolan was determined, which makes it even sadder, because he was that determined to have her in this and wanted her in this role, and yet he didn't give her much to do. It's so sad to me.
Do you think
You know,
she
like
was
that tells
probably
me
like,
even more.
do you think she was
What?
probably like, oh, I don't want to say yes. I'm pregnant, can't do it. And then he's like, I'll move the shooting schedule. And she's like, crap, got me there.
But yeah, that just goes to show you even more how little he cares about women characters, that he fights for this particular actress to get the role, and then he still completely underserves her. And
I know.
this is like a fantastic actress, and you're just gonna just give her scraps and be like, oh, I wrote this for you. Like, oh, thanks.
I
You know,
know.
like your kid gives you like the worst macaroni drawing in the class, and you have to be like, oh, I'm so excited for this.
You're like, this is
I
the Da
know.
Vinci. Oh my God.
I know. It's
just in case my son ever listens to this, sweetheart, you do not give me mediocre macaroni drawings. Your all of your art is beautiful, and I treasure it.
yeah. It'll be interesting when we talk about The Prestige, because that's also a Nolan flick. So, by the way, in case everybody forgot that.
It'll be interesting indeed.
No, I'm looking forward to that one. That's the one that everybody was the most excited to do. So, which didn't surprise me. That's why I made sure to put it on the schedule. But anyway, okay, sorry. So yeah, I don't have much to add to it, but I wanted to just put that in there because I just thought that was a funny little trivia, because of the fact that she's so thinly written and he was so passionate about the fact that he had to have her in this movie. Okay, so let's talk about the ending. So the end, you think Batman died and sacrificed himself, but he really faked his death and ran away with Catwoman, to give a happy ending for himself, to retire, and to also give a happy ending to Alfred, and then another kind of happy ending to Catwoman.
Happy endings all around. That's what the Wayne money can buy you.
Yes, because yeah, yep. He's like, I know that you don't care about my money and my wealth, but let me just tell you, I can buy some very interesting toys we could have some fun with, Catwoman.
He has no money. He's broke. You know what they're
Yeah, that's
he's
right.
living off of Catwoman's exploits. That's what they're doing. He's
Well,
living
he
off
probably
he's
has
a
some
sugar
money.
baby.
He has some money. He has money somewhere.
He has like offshore
Yeah,
accounts
maybe.
somewhere.
Yes, I mean,
Sure.
he has money. Yes, and he has lots of toys. Before he left, he's like, Fox, I need you to make me these special toys. Fox is like, these are kind of weird toys you're asking me to make here. He's like, oh no, trust me. This is for-
them.
Yeah, this is for crime fighting. I promise.
This is kind of small and it just wiggles a lot. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's for rough exploits. It's just that's for spelunking.
It's a different kind of spelunking. You haven't heard of it, Fox. I bet you I have. And then that show could giggle over that.
Oh my gosh. But so that's what happens there, and then it's setting up for something that never ever ever happens past here, and
Oh,
that's for Joseph Gordon-Levitt to become the next Batman, and for Joseph Gordon-Levitt to be Robin, because at the very end, that one character, the one secretary, says you should use your full name, Robin. And then I rolled my eyes so hard that they practically fell out of my head because I hate
yes,
that
but again,
character
because
anyway.
he's a poor orphan. We get it, Aaron.
It's so on the nose. Like if you're gonna put in a Robin, just have his name be like, oh, you should use your full name. Like, oh, Dick, no, Richard. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's anyway. So Carla, what did you think of the ending overall?
I really liked it. I really did. I thought that it wrapped up the trilogy very nicely. I like, whenever we talk about a movie where it's not tied up in a neat bow, I'm like, I like it when it's not tied up in a neat bow. And then when we talk about movies where it's tied up in a neat bow, I'm like, I like things tied up in a neat bow. I guess it's just like everything. I'm not very particular, is what I'm getting at. But I do like that this is all very like tidy. You have um, Bruce Wayne survives, and he is moving on. He's finally moving on. He's moving on from Rachel, from his parents, from his need to protect Gotham the way that in a way that his father would approve of, and from the need to just be there and control everything. Because a lot of what Batman is about control. He doesn't actually trust the city to run itself. He doesn't trust. Um, he trusts Gordon to do the right thing, but he doesn't trust him enough to just let him do it. It's like he has to always have tiene que meter la cuchara. He always has to have his hand in there somehow. So she's laughing because she gets it. um, but the ending is just he's finally releasing all of that. He's finally letting himself find happiness, and and for him, happiness is moving on with Selena, which I think is great because I think that they're a really true match. He and Rachel were never a match. She was this fascination that he had from the vestiges of his youth that were simple and uncomplicated, and in a time where his parents were still alive. So it was, um, I'm sure that he liked her as a person, but I don't think that that was actual love. That was just clinging to a past. And Selena is a genuine match for him because they're both very smart, very they have a similar weird sense of humor. They both get what it's like to be lonely and alone and to fight for what you believe is right, however it is that they go about it, which is very different. So I was really glad to see that. And like I also ship them. I think Catwoman and Batman are just a really cool, fun couple. They both dress in all black, which is fun. Um, sartorially, they're a good match as well. And that ending that where he lets Alfred see that he's going to be okay, which I think is the best gift you can give to a parent, is to let them know I'm going to be fine, and you don't have to worry about me anymore. You can live your life for you. You don't have to come back here every year and hope that you run into me. Um, I really think that that's it's a really loving gesture between them. It made me so happy to see it, and it was so fulfilling. And I, I would of course love to see more. I would love to see domestic Selena and Bruce adventures, but where domestic actually means them going off and having some really really fun sex
Yes, please.
somewhere. Yes, where they're like, oh, we have to demo this kitchen to so that we can get the new cabinets installed. But demoing is really expensive, Bruce. How shall we do it? Well, Selena, I have a few ideas. Oh, Bruce. Oh, Selena. All right.
Give me this movie, man. I know Christian Bale never wants to play this character again, but just for this.
just for this little vignette. But yeah, I was actually like really excited about um Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character because I really liked Officer Blake. I thought he was great. He's exactly what Bruce wanted in an official. This is all the stuff that he liked in Jim Gordon. That um that he's smart, he's capable, he's after the truth, and he wants what's best for the city. That's all he wants, and it makes absolute sense that he leaves him the Batman legacy. I would have loved to have seen what Joseph Gordon-Levitt could bring to that role because Gordon-Levitt is a great actor. He's surprising, and he does just he covers so many um different types of roles. I would have absolutely have loved to have seen what he did with this. It would have been a lot of fun. But yeah, at the end of the day, like the one sad note in all of this is that here we go again with Catwoman being reduced to the lady love, and to her whole purpose in the end was to provide a stable ground for Batman to land on. And because it's another role of a woman to give a man a cozy bosom to lay his head on at the end of a difficult day of being the tough guy. Um, and Catwoman deserved so much more. And as much as I ship them, if they had done more for Catwoman throughout the movie, I would have been that much more excited for them to end up together at the end. But I mean, like, this is as good as it was gonna get in this universe, and I will take it because for whatever. What else am I gonna do about it? Write one myself? Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it.
With the
DC
demolition.
Films.
With the kitchen.
With the demolition. Yes, we'll start with the kitchen demo. Then we'll move on from there. Yes,
I mean, Christian lives with you, so he owes you.
he does. He really does. I can just be like, I'll pay you in marshmallows, and he might say yes.
I really, when I get to interview Christian Bale, one of my questions is going to be, do you like marshmallows?
Carla insists that you do. That's so weird.
He'll be like,
I've never even heard of marshmallows.
So, Susie, what are your thoughts on the ending?
I thought it was fine. I think it's an okay way to wrap up this trilogy. To show that like Batman didn't completely lose himself and give all of himself to the city, that he was still able to like get away and make a life for himself and find some sort of happiness, and in doing so he's even able to give like a little bit of closure to his surrogate father. Like I like thinking that he like purposely took what Alfred said to heart, when he told him, I would always go to this one restaurant and wherever, and I would look at the tables and wait to see if maybe I could see you with happy with a woman of your own, a family of your own, and we just look at each other and give a nod, and that'd be it. But I'd know that you were fine. And I think that's a nice touch at the end, that he's at that same restaurant and they just like give each other this nod and continue with their lives. I think it's a fun touch that he held on to the pearls to give them back to Catwoman. Like when he took them off her when they were at the ballroom, and he's like, I want my mother's pearls back, thank you. And then and then like presumably at some point he gave it back and was like, you're right, they look better on you, thank you. But like Jim got to know who he was working with all this time. He's able to like grieve Batman, and Bruce, but still continue working. Lucius is able to also grieve and go on to whatever adventures are next for him, which I'm assuming are great things. I wasn't. I thought the ending with Robin was fine. I wasn't like overly enthused by it. I did think it was really great to have his character in there as someone who Jim could count on, because up until that point, Jim has just been surrounded by people who didn't believe in him, who he wasn't able to fully trust. And it was great to see him able to like kind of treat Robin as like a younger him and give him the trust that he needed and give him kind of, in a way, like the credit that he himself wasn't necessarily given as a younger cop. And to see Robin take that to heart and be like, okay, so he entrusted me with this, and and he's trusting that I know how to work this out, and that I know how to do all these things, and I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna help as many people as I can, and I'm gonna save as many people as I can. And that also really resonates with Batman, because I feel like maybe Batman, like maybe that could be like an ideal version of himself, someone who's not yet like jaded and hurt by everything that he's lost, someone who can still like want to make a change but not be like overly hurt. Like he's very like Robin is very optimistic. He's like, yeah, I don't need a mask. I don't care if people see me doing all these good things and fighting against all this bad. Like let them see. Like I don't care. And even Batman tells him like, no, you need to chill. The mask is to protect the people you love. And I recommend this for you to protect people that you love. And he's like, all right, fine, I get it now. And like I'm not like overly happy with how Robin's story ended, because I feel like he didn't need to like take on the mantle of Batman to do what he's doing. I feel like it would have been more interesting to see like maybe if we get kind of suggested that he's going to become his own sort of vigilante, or he's going to do other things differently. Or maybe I know that he gets very disillusioned with the police force after that altercation on the bridge when the police officer blows up the bridge and he's like, "You're gonna kill us all!" And he throws away his badge after it. I think it would have been maybe more interesting to see like him like meeting back up with Jim and being like, "Okay, so this guy was a piece of crap. I want to make sure that we build a Gotham and maybe have a police department that's not going to be full of people like him, that's going to be full of people that we can trust, and full of people that can work towards a greater good," or just something. Because the idea was that was just to like have it like kind of lay it to rest, because now Gotham can count on other people to be its heroes and not lay its weight and expectations all on one like perceived figure or on one man.
Whoa. Your voice just is like a Batman thing. Still doing it. Whoa.
I thought it was just what I was hearing.
No.
I was like, did Bane
Whoa.
take over Susie's dream?
Wow.
Because I'm terrified now.
Talk again,
I have
Susie.
no idea what just happened.
It
Yeah,
went
I'm
away.
just gonna
Yeah,
end
Your
it there.
voice went.
yeah, that was. Oh my gosh, that was. Wow.
This is why I drink copious amounts of water to avoid this slippage of tone.
Wow, that was. Wow.
Lubricate those cords, because wow.
That was intense.
Anyway, that's it for me.
That was wow. I was like, what just happened there?
That timing was also too perfect.
It was
It was too perfect.
so funny.
I'm gonna end it there.
Okay. So I loved that Batman and Catwoman ended up together, of course, because I shipped them hardcore. So that to me was a great ending. I loved that Alfred got to see a happy ending for Bruce. That was such a great, perfect scene. Lovely. That should have been the last shot in the movie, not what we did get as last shot. I liked that a lot. I liked that you saw that Bruce was retiring from being Batman. I appreciated that. And yes, we needed more Catwoman in the movie, like I said earlier. So it would have been nice to see that. So now we need the remodeling years.
They just why manages up and down like fashionable European coasts and just bang their way through remodels.
Bang their way through
It could be
remodels.
their HGTV show, banging our way through remodels. Well, Bruce, what do you think about the 17th century Spanish colonial? Well, Selena, I think they could do with a better backsplash. Well, first we have to get rid of this wall. What do you say we go about that? Did you hire the jackhammer? Well, I brought one with me.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We need this.
You do a bit of a crossover with Marvel, and he goes, "Are you ready? Are you worthy to wield this hammer?"
Oh, and another crossover, Susie. We could bring Valiant Thor in too. Just so I could say the name Valiant Thor another 100 times.
And
The
then
fudge.
And then freaking just Finn walks in.
That wasn't
Like-
even. I'm not the one who brought it up. But that.
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
I don't know who he would play, but that's fine. He can just walk in. That's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's there to walk the dogs in the rain. He's the dog walker.
I'm the dog walker. That's like I'm the pizza delivery guy. It comes in, or like in Friends when Joey plays the guy who's there to fix the copier.
Fix the copier.
Oh.
Susie's creepy voice came back, and it was perfect. I'm here to fix the copier.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we've definitely been on here for a while. We've gotten a little punchy. So I liked that part of the ending. I'm going to say something that I guess certain people aren't going to like here. I hate Joseph Gordon-Levitt in this movie. Hate him in this movie. I like Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I think Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Christopher Nolan don't mix. I hate him in Christopher Nolan movies. I hate him. I hate him in Inception, one of the worst performances I have ever seen. So I don't give a crap what happens to his character. I was bored by his character. I hated that the last shot had anything to do with him. I hated that he was Robin. I knew he was Robin the whole time. Hated it. He was boring. He was white bread. I didn't care. That's all I have to say about that. Carla's face. Wow, she's just her mouth is agape. She's in shock.
I don't know what to do with this information. I feel like I have to rethink my participation in the rest of this month because
I'm sorry.
Wow. And you know what? Okay. He's getting up off the couch because he has something to say about this as well.
No.
Apparently, you have offended somebody else in this room.
Uh-oh. Hi, Christian.
Hello, Erin. I am here to speak to you in my serious voice.
Okay.
Because I may be smiling on the outside, but I am aghast on the inside. As you know, my dear friend, Joseph Gordon-Levitt,
Yeah.
played the Robin in the last Batman film, and he was fantastic. He was spectacular. He was everything I could have hoped for and more. I am just so surprised at your attitude towards him on his acting. And these teeth that I am showing only hide my disappointment.
I'm so
I
sorry,
cannot
Christian.
believe you. You should be sorry, Ellen. On this, my special month, that you would speak that way about my friend. Aghast, I say. Aghast.
I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me. I'll give you some marshmallows.
He's stormed off. Wow.
He's stormed off.
I outside of like films, I've never seen him move this fast. Like he just threw the marshmallows down on the couch and he walked away from the couch. And Aaron, I've never seen that happen before in the
Okay,
last almost year that he's lived here.
here's the thing. I like Joseph Gordon-Levitt and other things. I think his performance in the movie Mysterious Skin is one of the best performances I've ever seen. His performance in Brick is amazing. His performance in this movie that handles mental health very well called, why the fuck am I forgetting the name of that movie? It also has Don Cheadle in it. Oh my god, what is the name of that movie? Sorry, I have to look it up because so I think his performance in a lot of things are good. I just don't like him in this. I'm sorry. I just hate him in this so much. I think it's the character too. I just don't I hate this character. I've always hated this character. I think this character is so boring and vanilla and it's just I don't care. And I like I said, I only like my very rich orphans. This is not true, by the way, people. Manic is the name of the movie. But I just yeah, so I've ruined the rest of this podcast by my opinion. So I apologize, but it had to be said.
Wow.
I had to be honest. I had to be honest.
I will say Christian was nodding along to those movies that you were talking about, that you were praising JGL for. So I think he's a little bit less mad.
Oh, good. Good.
I do see him eyeing the marshmallows again. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign.
It's a good, not for me. Not for me. For you, certainly it is. Not for me.
Not for you, because
It just means more marshmallow money.
Oh man, I did not expect.
Maybe some of your
anger
Patreon can go towards marshmallow money for Christian Bale. Everybody, if you support It's a Fandom Thing podcast on Patreon, not only do you get exclusive access to some content, you also feed Christian effing Bale extra marshmallows. Because Carla can only afford so many in a given month.
You would think with all his Batman money, he could buy himself some marshmallows.
This man, let me tell you, he hasn't paid a damn thing.
Wow. And he's been there since March?
Since April.
Wow.
He's been here since April, not paying a thing. When his family came over, he started chipping in a little bit because he's like, oh, it's my family. And I know you only have so much money and I only expect you to pay for me. And I'm like, Christian, you shouldn't expect me to pay for you at all. He's like, oh, but I do. This is your life now. Accept it.
Wow.
He's just like, I'm generous.
Oh, Christian. Okay, so we're gonna move on to something serious here. No, this is really serious. So I want to give a couple of little trigger warnings here. So we're going to talk briefly about the theater shooting here in Aurora, Colorado. And it happened at one of the, late night showings of The Dark Knight Rises, as everybody probably knows. And I think it tainted the film, of course. And I thought it was important just to bring up because I don't think you can talk about this movie without talking about it because it's so much a part of its history and the lore of the whole movie. And actually, I think became part of the whole franchise after that too, in a way. And so I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about the shooter. In fact, I don't want to talk about him at all because he's talked about way too much. And so I'd rather talk about just if this affected either of you in the fact of if you hesitated seeing this movie in the theater, if it changed the way you viewed movie theaters at all, if you had any kind of reaction to this, Carla.
Well, of course, my initial reaction was just horror because it was an absolutely horrible thing to have happen. People go to movies for respite from the everyday life. We go because we want to get away from things for a little bit, just enjoy a different world that's not our own, to get lost in a story. And this is and of course other shootings since then that have violated other sacred spaces. And I think that that us three were big fans of film and media in general, so entertainment is very important to us. And to have one of our houses tainted in this way, it really hits us hard. Um, I always think about the families affected and how they just went out for a good time to watch um, a movie that they wanted to enjoy, and how that I can't imagine what the rest of their lives of their families and surviving loved ones' lives feel like after that. Um, I know for me personally, it did make me very weary. Like I just having fewer and fewer spaces where you feel safe in a country that glamorizes ownership, and that um, puts the onus on its citizens to defend themselves instead of tackling the very serious issues of gun control and the things that should be done to reduce these instances, which have only become more commonplace since then. Um, it's really terrifying. It's really terrifying. Um, it Anytime that something like this happens, it really makes you think twice about going to a place where you previously felt safe. And the fact that we have had so many more of these happen on an ongoing basis since then only speaks to how little this country as a whole, particularly those in the position of power to make things better, care about the individual when they stand to profit um, from gun manufacturers and the gun lobbyists. And I wish that it weren't the case that we even have to talk about this. That so many of our important and sacred spaces keep being invaded to the point where in this country it's hard to feel safe anywhere. And I don't think that's a unfortunately, this is just a part of a larger quilt of just like the fabric of this country, of individualism, and of saying, well, I'm profiting from this, so I'm not going to care about what's happening to these individuals because it doesn't benefit me. Um, so I think that it just goes so much deeper um, than a feeling of safety at a movie theater, when this being a part of a if it were just an isolated incident, it would be so much easier to say, well, gosh, this was awful. I'm so glad that it's not a prevalent thing, but it is. So it's just so much harder to feel safe anywhere. And like I said, I think a lot about the families of um, the survivors and the families affected by gun violence in this instance and in all other instances that are just entirely too common in the United States.
Susie, excuse me.
I agree with a majority of what Caller has said. Ditto for most of it. Um, I like personally, I don't really want to go into it a lot because, like, even though it's been like, God, I don't even know how long, um, it still hurts to know that people were hurt like that and continue to be hurt in that manner, and that very little has been done to create effective and radical change, and that for the most part this country values profit over the safety of its people. and it just hurts. Like, personally, I didn't want to see this movie in theaters, and for the longest, like for months after, I didn't go to a theater because I wasn't sure if I could be safe. And even after that, I wasn't sure if I was really safe anywhere. And I still think that today, like the only place that I can feel like 100% safe is my own room. Like anywhere out of that is like an unknown variable. And even now, like whenever I go to the theater, like I like to know where the exit signs are. Um, if anyone gets out of their seats for anything, I'm watching them. If anyone comes into the theater, I'm watching them because I'm like part of me is still on alert. And I like when it comes to like new releases and stuff, I generally don't like going to packed theaters. And I have friends who love doing that. They love going to premieres and they love being there like on release day, and they don't care who they're sitting next to or where they're going as long as they're there. And I get that. I get the emotion of experiencing a film like right when it's out and right when it's premiering and having that shared experience with people, but also part of me can't really bring myself to do it most times because there's always that question in the back of my head, what if? And it just it I feel like it takes a person stronger than me to be able to do that. Which is I really hate that this is the kind of world that we have to live in.
Well, thank you, Susie. And I'm sorry. I mean, and I don't think you should say you're not a strong person because you don't want to. I mean, personally, I don't think it necessarily makes you not a strong person because you don't want to go and put yourself in a situation that you're afraid to put yourself in. I want to say that. Um, I had friends that were at the theater where this happened. So it it's we've had a few of these here in Colorado, more than I would like, and they're everywhere. But it's just there've been a lot of these here. Not There was one last week. So it's and that one was very close to here to where I live and I know it's very close for Susie too. So it's hard with this one, I think, for a lot of reasons, but I think, knowing people that were there makes it harder. I did end up seeing this in the theater like really soon after this happened. And the reason I went, I really didn't want to. But I went because friends that I knew that were there were like, no, I think people need to go because it was that thing of showing people, we don't want to show that we're not, that he won. And that was what a lot of people were thinking in that moment. So I went because to show respect to my friends that had been there that had asked for people to go. But it was a very terrifying feeling. And there were not very many people in the theater because I remember when I bought the tickets way in advance and it was like sold out, showings were sold out everywhere. And then this happened and lots of people didn't go. Theaters are my safe space, had always been my safe space, going to a movie theater. And this definitely tarnished it and tainted it forever. When I go to big tentpole movies, big movies that are packed, it's always in the back of my mind. Like Susie said, checking where the exits are, the fact that you now have that as part of the opening thing of if you see any suspicious activity, report it. there is that part of me that, I remember when I went to go see The Joker and people were talking a lot about that movie, and I was terrified to go see that movie in the theater. But I went and saw it during the day on a weekday, and there were like 4 other people in the theater along with my sister, and the person that made me the most nervous was when I saw a white man come in by himself. And it was instantly my thought. And then it went out the window after a while, it went out. But I still think that way when I go. The last time I felt that way was actually going to see Halloween Kills, because that was the most packed theater I've been in since the pandemic. A little bit too packed for the pandemic feeling too. But on top of that, that was the first time since like The Joker, that I felt nervous being in a theater. So when tentpole movies come out, there's that part of me that wants to see it right away, not right now with the pandemic, but in pre-pandemic times. But then there's also that part, like Susie said, where it's like, I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. I don't know if I feel safe with that. So it's sad to me that no one in power or no one that could do things to try and help in this wants to. And we knew that was the case when elementary school kids were killed and nothing was done. And that just shows what this whole country is about. It's the whole freedom crap, and it's not about freedom. We are a very selfish country. We are very self-absorbed. And it goes to capitalism. It's all about capitalism, and capitalism is a disease. It just is. We're all about me, 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 me. And when you have that attitude and stuff like this happens and you don't do anything about it, it becomes so commonplace that it doesn't even get covered the way it used to get covered anymore. It's just another day that ends in Y. I mean, it really is. And it's sad. And it's sad that no place feels safe anymore completely. And that is sometimes in the back of your head, I mean, grocery stores after King Soopers here in Boulder. And, also it's just always there where you're thinking about it. And so it's just sad, really, really sad to me. And it's sad for the families. And yeah, but I wanted to just make sure to mention it and wanted to make sure to only focus on that part of it, because I just wish I had hope that these would ever go away. And if we just had people that actually seem to actually really, truly care about something other than money, I think that's the only way that happens. I mean, you look at other countries where it happens once and they do something, and then you look at us and it's, while mental health is something that we do, of course, need to look at, that's not what this is all about. I mean, the gun, we are so obsessed with guns in this country. It's disgusting. I don't get it. I get it, but I don't get it, is what I mean. Anyway. So I want to make sure we don't just end on that note. But thank you, Carla, and thank you, Susie. Are you okay, Susie? Just want to check and make sure. Okay. So I also want to just say really quickly, when this did happen, since we are highlighting Christian Bale, I do want to highlight this about Christian Bale. When this happened, Christian Bale came to Colorado, didn't tell anybody he was coming to Colorado. I mean, of course, they found out when he came here, and went and visited a bunch of the victims. And he did that not out of vanity, because he didn't tell anyone ahead of time. He didn't make a big public thing about it. And he didn't even talk to anybody except for the victims. But he went and did that. And since we are highlighting Christian Bale, I just thought I should highlight that as well. That I think that shows a lot of character there, that he did that. So I just want to say that, because I know it meant a lot to people. And it meant a lot to Colorado in general, honestly. And not just because he's a celebrity, but just because he did that, not as a way of making him look better or the film look better, but because he truly cared about the fact that this happened. So, yeah. Okay, so what I want to end on is we've kind of already talked about how much we love Christian Bale in these roles, but I want to know, Carla, where does he rank for you in Batman and Bruce Wayne?
Okay, look. All right. Nobody is going to displace Michael Keaton for me, even Christian Bale. But he
Ooh,
does
he's
come
going to
close.
storm out now, Carla. I'm just
Oh, you
kidding.
know what? I don't care. If he storms out, then I have to buy fewer marshmallows, and I'm fine with that. But he's fantastic. He's a close second for me. Yeah, and I mean, like, everybody else other than Keaton, well, and West, of course, are just kind of afterthoughts for me. Like, they're whatever. Take your money and enjoy it because you have no place in my heart.
Not even Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck, who even is that? That's not even a real name.
Sorry, I'm thinking of something. Sorry. So Susie, where does Christian Bale rank for you?
Okay, listen, I have different rankings of Batman. So there's like the 90s Batman. And, among the three, I think, oh gosh, like, yeah, like, and then there's like Adam West, like 60s, 40s Batman. And then there's, okay, so like, okay, okay. So for the modern, like, iteration, 2000s and up iteration of Batman, Christian Bale, of the ones that have portrayed Batman, has done a good job and a job that I'm happy with and that I can be like, yeah, that's my Batman. Other people, some with the last name of an insurance organization, have done a rather lackluster job, in my humble opinion. And some people who took 10 plus years to become a bat. Because, come on, you're like the worst vampire if it takes you like 10 plus years to become a bat. Is like, I'm excited for it. I'm like, yes, he's doing a very good job on the indie circuit. And like Lighthouse, great. Batman,
He's a really
I'm
good
excited for
actor. He's a
this.
really good actor.
Yeah, he's really good. Like, people remember him
Yes.
for the Cringe Fest that was the Twilight series. Like, oh my god, that series. You should do like an episode on just that, because oh my goodness,
Oh,
there's so
God,
much we could go into.
Do I have to do that?
No, just kidding. Just kidding. You don't have to. You don't have to. But like he I don't know why people are upset about his casting. He's a very good actor. Like, y'all, give him a chance before you throw the movie in the well and forget about it. Like, come on, it's gonna be great. And like, Zoe Kravitz is Catwoman, yes. Andy Serkis as Alfred, I'm a little bit about, but we'll see, we'll see.
Colin Farrell is a penguin. Is the penguin?
Oh my
And
god,
he looks
that one,
unrecognizable. He
that
doesn't even
one,
look like Colin Farrell.
that one is the most that I'm like,
I love Colin Farrell, so
I'm wary. I'm wary of like any of the villain castings that are not Catwoman. I'm like, okay, we'll see, we'll see. Like, I like, again, with the whole like Bale and Scarecrow, they're gonna prove me wrong. Finally, so hopefully. 'Cause, again, like that Scarecrow is beautiful. Anyway, but yeah, of like the modern iterations of Batman, I think he's done a very good job. Kevin Conroy will always be my number one tippy top Batman. But Christian Bale, he's up there in the top lexicon.
well, Christian Bale's my favorite Batman and my favorite Bruce Wayne. End story. And I will say, when Robert Pattinson was cast, and this is not because I think he's a bad actor, because I think he's a very, very talented actor. It's just people just think of him as being in the Twilight series, which he hates those anyway, so let's stop. But when he was first cast, I was hesitant, and not because of him, just because of Christian Bale. I have a hard time picturing anybody else as Batman anymore. So I think that's why. But I'm excited for the new one. But Christian Bale is tops for both for me. It used to be Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton is still a very close second. But Christian Bale is just so. So now Christian Bale can forgive me for my Joseph Gordon-Levitt slander.
I'll talk to him. We'll see.
Okay. And then I just quickly want to know which how you rank them. Just number them. You don't have to, Carla.
Okay, so the Dark Knight is number 1. Dark Knight Rises is number 2, and that's mostly lifted by Catwoman.
Oh.
Yeah, if it weren't because of Catwoman, like that would not. No. And then Batman Begins, because it's just so long. Jesus, like so much backstory. My God, needed a nap after that one.
I hesitate to tell you how many times I saw that in the theater then. I think it was like 5 or 6 times. I'm not even kidding.
Well, you hadn't seen the wonder of the other 2.
Well, the other one. Susie, how do you rank them?
Ooh, so Dark Knight is number 1. It's the one that's been most rewatched in my home. So we gotta have it like at the top. And yeah, I think Dark Knight Rises for me, number 2, mainly for Catwoman herself, which is great. Listen.
This is not what I was
listen,
expecting.
Listen. Bane
We are
and
fans of Anne
Talia,
Hathaway.
Bane and Talia kind of bring it down for me a little bit, like I'll be honest. But then also, like, I can't feel like I can put. Okay, so Batman Begins, I can't put it third. I don't feel like I can put it third because Cillian Murphy does a great job as Scarecrow. He's the saving grace of that movie. And I can't do him like that. I can't.
Well, you have to.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Never mind. I'm changing it. I love him too much to do this to him. Batman
knew that
Begins
would
is going
happen.
second
See how clever I am?
because like
You just had to bring that up, didn't you,
those
Aaron?
eyes. He got me with those eyes and that hair. Oh my god.
Yeah. See, Susie and I, we had the same hair eye thing.
Yeah. Okay.
how we
Okay. And
bonded.
then Rises, but I still gotta give a lot of love to Selena Kyle and the scruffy Duffy look that Scarecrow has in that movie as like judge, jury, and executioner because yes.
So my rankings, and this is the right way to rank these movies, by the way.
Wow.
Is The Dark Knight, Batman Begins, The Dark Knight Rises. And a lot of that is because of Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I'm walking off. Good night, everybody.
He
I'm
was
really going to tell you where I can be
write it
found.
I
down.
just had to rub that in. Sorry.
I just spent
I wasn't
4.5
even going to.
hours here just to walk off at the last minute. No
was-
sign up for me.
I wasn't even going to say that in my plan, but then I just had to. No, it's down there because of a lot of reasons, not just that. I think Catwoman and Bane and are the saving graces for it for me, but and the ending with Batman and Catwoman save it, but yeah, it's not nowhere near the first 2. I mean, like I said, I helped run a fan site for this, so I wonder sometimes whatever happened to that site. But anyway, well, this was fun. This was a long time. This is going to be divided to 2 episodes. But thank you, Carla and Susie and Christian Bale for helping us kick off Christian fucking Bale month. And a reminder, get your It's a Christian effing Bale thing merchandise on our Redbubble store. Because, hey, maybe by the time we do the Prestige, you'll have it and you can wear it while you watch us. So yeah, so pick some of that up. We also, of course, have It's a Destiel thing and It's a Fanfic thing. We are going to have other ones coming soon. I don't know when, but coming soon, we're going to have some other ones in there too. So, yep. So thank you both again. And thank you to Panda and thank you to Mal and thank you to Ishel for watching. I really, really appreciate it. It means a lot. And I hope you enjoyed this first one. We're going to have live ones for all of these except for Equilibrium because Sasha's on that one and Sasha doesn't do the live streams. She was supposed to be on this one in a Batman costume, but she couldn't come. So we love you, Sasha. Shout out to you, Sasha.
She can do Equilibrium in a bat suit.
That would be interesting. Oh man, there's a scene in Equilibrium. You are both going to, or you both are going to want me to shut up because I could talk about it for a whole episode. Just one scene in that movie.
I can't possibly imagine what that could include.
No, it's nothing sexual at all. It's a beautiful, beautiful scene that makes me cry every time I watch it. And yeah, so
Sure,
the whole
Aaron.
episode
Okay.
is just going to be about that scene. For me, I'll be like, you can talk about other stuff. I'm just going to talk about the scene. But next week, decidedly more somber movie, The Machinist, is what we're going to be talking about. So tomorrow, next Saturday, not Sunday, next Saturday. Blah. Okay, we will redo this in the closeout. So I'm going to go around and have everybody say where they can be found. Carla.
Thank you, Aaron. You can find me and Meg, my co-host for Bedwetter Behead podcast, available wherever podcasts are downloadable. You can find our Twitter presence at bedwetbeheadpod. Our Instagram is at bed.wet.behead.pod. Our first work is just look for Bedwetter Behead podcast. And we are coming back with new episodes for January 2022. So yay for more boobs.
Woot, woot. And soon
Woot, woot.
they will be doing a Christian Bale episode,
Yes, we are.
which I am on. Because I have to be. I would be so sad if they did that and I wasn't on.
Oh
it.
my god, there's no way we
You
would
never
have it
hear
without
the
you.
end of it.
Forever and ever, it would all be about that.
Yeah. And Susie.
Yes, you can find me on Twitter at SusieQ_SC. And for Instagram, there's an additional underscore in there with the other one. There's 2 underscores. And you can find my dog's Instagram at Betty_Pelicita.
Awesome. Thank you. And Carla, did you say where you could find your art, your photography? I don't think you did.
Why no? You can find my photography on Twitter and Instagram at Carla Temis and on Facebook, not Facebook, on my my website, carlatemis.com. That's CARLATEMIS.
Awesome. Yeah, believe me, I wish I could quit Facebook, but because of this podcast, I can't. And I really wish I could. I hate Facebook. Anyway. And this is Erin. You can follow me on Twitter at @EAprilBeauty. The E and the A and the B are capitalized. Be sure to like the show on Facebook. Sorry, but at facebook.com/itsafandom_thing_pod. On Twitter at @fandomthingpod. No, it's in that one. On Instagram at @itsafandom_thing_pod. On TikTok at @itsafandom_thing_pod. If you have any feedback, if you'd like to be a potential interview guest, Christian, this is your time to shine, dude. This is your month, Christian. Come on, reach out to us, dude. It's your month. Hello. Come on, email us. You live with Carla. Carla can help you with that. Come on, Christian. Email us at itsafandom_thing_pod@gmail.com.
Oh, you're not satisfied? What more do I have to do, Eden? My smiling face can only take so much.
That's what's so perfect about this is that it's his smiling face the whole time.
Even when he's angry, he has that smile. It's creepy, man. You have no idea.
Wow. But thank you, Christian, too. Thank you for being on. And hopefully someday you will be on where we can interview you. In all seriousness, you are on my vision board, and I'm going to make this happen someday. And the whole world will hear when this happens. There are people on my vision board that I will scream with utter delight when I get them on. And I am very professional in my interviews. So come on, Christian. God, it would be so much fun to talk to Christian Bale. I'm dead serious. That would be the funnest interview in the world. I want this to happen. It's going to happen. Okay, universe, make this happen. Somehow he's going to hear about his month and he's just he's just going to come. The real Christian Bale. I love the Carla Christian Bale, but you know. So tomorrow night, this is a live stream only. Join us tomorrow, Carla, and well, Susie sadly probably won't make it. She might be able to pop in if we're still on. I mean, there's going to be so many of us on. It's like, but Carla will be there. Meg will be there. Tiff will be there. Jen will be there. Aaron A. What have I done? And
I don't see the problem. You've gotten people who are brief and to the point.
Yeah. And hopefully Susie will be able to pop by because, I mean, we'll still be going way past this time. No, we probably won't, but we'll see. We'll see. But we're going to just have a fun time talking about some of our favorite moments from last year. And I'm going to be talking about some upcoming things, some upcoming exciting episodes. We're going to play best of clips. We're going to play blooper clips. We're going to play horny host clips. We're going to play... Seriously, you should see how many clips there are in that folder. And we're going to play Yes Mistress clips. Most of the clips we have, except for some of the most recent live streams, are from Dexter and from American Horror Story. I will warn you, 85% of these are from Dexter. So just a warning on that. Just because I got better at I seriously when I'm writing down the clips, it's like 3 pages long and I'm like, Erin, you've got to stop doing this. No one's gonna care, but I care. That's all that matters. So anyway, so that's tomorrow, starting at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So 5 Pacific, 7 Central, 8 Eastern. So that'll be a lot of fun. Once again, that's only a live stream, so you can only watch it live. Well, you can watch it later, but you know, you can't listen to it. But you wouldn't want to. Sorry, I mean you would, but this is falling apart. We've been on here for almost 5 hours, people. Give me a break. This is gonna. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad that I'm releasing this as 2 episodes because holy moly, would I be in a pickle. Okay, so now I'm going to get serious here. Oh, my voice just cracked. So, yes. So then, and also, remember every Thursday night, starting at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we are doing live tweets for Dexter New Blood. There are only 2 episodes left. It really makes me very sad. I will be completely honest. I'm very sad to see this show go. I don't want a second season, but I'm very sad to have to say goodbye to Dexter. So I'm going to cry a lot. But that starts at 7. And then 8:15, go over to our YouTube channel for our fun live streams where Jen, Carla, and I are so serious. You will be saying, like the Joker, why so serious?
This is no laughing matter.
Yeah, we never get goofy, silly.
Never.
Erin
always keeps it in her pants.
Yes, I'm very professional. The whole time. Always. Always. Especially when I'm talking about Michael C. Hall. I'm very professional. My hair is so annoying. I'm sorry. My hair's just been bugging me all night. Anyway, and then next week, come back to our YouTube channel next Saturday. It will not be as long as this one. We are going to be talking about The Machinist. Like I said, that will start at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That episode will drop Wednesday. No, next Friday, because next Wednesday we have an interview with a writer. I want to say his name, but I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right because I never pronounce anything right. But he's a thriller writer. And anyway, we've got some interviews. I'm messing this all up. I've been on here way too long. How am I going to do a 12-hour marathon of this? So that's still happening in March.
Lots of drinking.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be passed out.
You'll be in your bed snoring. The rest of us will be carrying on.
Yeah, then you'll get to see my bed. The full bed.
The full bed.
What's hiding behind this chair. But anyway, we have some interviews coming up with some writers. So that's kind of going to be breaking into the Christian Bale world. So that's why that's why. Sorry. Oh my God, I'm going to have to re-record all of this. This is such crap.
For it's a fandom thing.
Yes. So we're going to say goodnight now because I need to say goodnight now. So thank you again. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the Christian effing Bale month. I am very excited about this because it still tickles me that he became our unofficial mascot. Totally unplanned. And it's just bizarre, but I love it. Just like Christian Bale.
Yes.
Exactly. Okay, well, good night, everybody. Have a good night. Be
Good
safe out there.
night.
Happy New Year. And I hope this new year is a lot better than the past two. Please, we need a break.
Yes.
Please. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Bye. See some of you tomorrow night. I mean, the people watching.
Bye, Aaron.